That's right, Richie B. You feeling me, girl? You feeling me? I love my new freaking intro, y'all. I love that. I be bopping it in my car. I made it so that it can turn into 5 minutes. And when I'm driving around town, I put it on blast because I have an excellent sound system. Because, I grew up in the 80s and I like the cars that go boom, but only with bass. And so, yeah, my good friend Adam Light, who I used to make music with, we used to produce, we used to do clubby things and stuff like that. And so I got in touch with him and I was like, can you help me do this intro for my YouTube channel? He's like, yeah, let me get at that. He's like, what do you want it to say? I was like, well, it's called Larger Curves and we have fun and everybody's points of views are welcome. And I want people to be inspired. And so I told him that. And so then he came up with it. So yeah, I'm super excited. Bianca, you love it? I love it. And I am so glad that I decided to come up this way because I can drop the link today because we're in the StreamYard. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Because we can have a conversation today. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Yeah, that song makes me super duper happy. So yeah, I go around town blasting my own. I have my official own theme music, you guys. I'm so pleased. So did you guys see the trailer drop for Married to Medicine? I did. I saw the trailer drop. And I'm like, I am so tired of Phaedra and her freaking fakety McFakerson self coming to what I have always said and still say is the best show on Bravo. It's the best show on Bravo. And I'm like, how dare you bring your known lying, fraudulent ass, because that was lies she told on Kandi and Phaedra and Portia. And that was fraudulent what she did over there by asserting that it was Carlos King, allegedly. I don't know. But I'm like, how dare you bring, it was like she's the Trojan horse almost, under the guise of bringing eyes to your fair city. We let in this Trojan horse called Phaedra Parks, and inside there was nothing but lies, chaos, and full of knives. She had a knife for everyone who helped her on set. Anybody who ever helped her, she has a knife for. And I'm going to point it out. What I'm seeing, I'm going to point it out. And we don't have to agree. It's just my observation based off of my own perceptions. Like I always say, it's all in my head. So, oh, great, Mello. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that. And Toya in the freaking trailer is the ringleader on proclaiming that they're a group of mean girls. And I have thoughts on that too, because I'm like, is she including herself in this shit? While she's the proclaimstress of knowing what's officially mean and not. The woman who threw biscuits at Eugene for foreplay. Yeah, that lady. That was kind of mean. Who emasculated him constantly. That was mean. Who said horrible things to Mariah. That was mean. Who went on a quest for at least what we've seen as a decade against Quad. That was mean. Who has always stirred a pot and then sat back like, what just happened? That was mean. Who forgave Anila, who started and spread the rumor about her being behind Anila's house being robbed, and then held it against Quad to and through Napa. That was mean. See how I can go on and on about this, like two-facedness that I'm noticing? But specifically, Phaedra is a cooler. And I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie called The Cooler. That's what made me think of it. I was like, did they send her over here to the best show on Bravo, full of Black excellence, to muck it up and freaking bring it down a notch and like make it truly like reality muck and mire TV? You know what I'm saying? Like, did she Did they hire her to do that? Because how is she rewarded for skipping a reunion with allegedly higher pay on a show she deemed the Titanic? So she gets to just go around talking shit about everything in Bravo and then getting on everything in Bravo. She's one of the most recycled Bravo celebrities, if you really think about it. She's very recycled. And it's like she's constantly rewarded for what we see is, what the fuck did you just do? Right? So, case in point, she lies on Kandi and gets relegated, semi-relegated for what they say, benched for 5 years, but she was still welcome at BravoCon, even above Nene Leakes, whose thing is a valid HR issue in America. But no, Nene Leakes is nowhere to be seen, but Phaedra can call the shows failing, Titanics, talk trash about producers, because if she lied on Carlos, that he was part of the production. So she can lie on producers and then come back after a 5-year bench, but being welcome at all the events and being like, basically, I've seen her face a lot of places around the Bravo sphere. They always propping her up, and she's a known freaking liar, you guys. And I'm like, what picture does she have of who and what position that she gets to have this position on a network that is known for abiding by like rules, right? So like if you don't show up to the reunion, you're over. They're not giving you a spinoff. Not usually. Well, okay, never mind. They did give Lisa Vanderpump a spinoff. Oh, look, Richie B's in the back. Right on. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, happy Saturday, winner. She's from Philadelphia, you guys, where winners live.
Thank you. Thank you for kissing the ring.
Yes, yes.
Was Phaedra lying?
Was Phaedra lying about Kandi in the dungeon?
Yeah, I don't feel like it was a lie.
Well, I feel like the consequences of her being relegated for 5 years and benched for 5 years implies that something okay happened. You know what I'm saying? Something happened.
Well, you have Kandi who said, I'm not going to shoot or be on the show if she's here.
But why does does that mean that Kandi's the one that has pictures of whoever in what position that I need to be like pulling Kandi's skirt about?
I mean, I think to me it's a non-issue with whatever happened at Bravo. Obviously she's back. All is good. I don't know. If you want me to get into why I don't think it's a lie, I can, but I don't know if you want
share it all. And I need the people, maybe that people don't even know what we're talking about because it did happen 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, tell us.
If you take out the R word, right, and the drug word, I feel like what Phaedra was saying is be careful because, that's what they're into. And if we look at Kandi, super sexual history on the show, she calmed it down a lot, but I don't know, the biggest cringe moment that stuck out to me was when she brought them to New York for a play she was producing, and wanted them to wear vibrating panties with other people's husbands controlling it, which is weird for a show about slavery. And when Nene said something about, but I don't want a dildo up my whatever, wherever she said it was going to go. Kandi has these this sexually charged thing. And if you look at her bandmate, Tiny, they were accused of exactly that, So it's not too far-fetched for me. I feel like she was trying to warn Portia. And if we go back to the conversation that they had at the table, and she was like, well, you was trying to do this to my pussy. And, they had some sexual tension. So to me, it wasn't so far-fetched for Phaedra to be like, watch out, girl, because I heard some things, okay? So if we take out the salacious wording of it, it's like a legit, be careful, girl. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, so that aside, So did Carlos King tell her that? Because that's part of the whole thing around it, is that she got it from a producer, and that allegedly Carlos King was a producer, and then allegedly he got fired behind it. But even though the Black Hollywood Reporter just recently reported that it was because he was trying to pull escape on Apollo, and Phaedra caught wind of it and was very upset that a producer would be writing an unauthorized biography of Apollo and her story. And yeah, so allegedly that had something to do with it. Recently, somebody brought that up. So
I'm not surprised, because if we look at Carlos King and the stuff he's got going on now and things that have been alleged against him, I feel like he was way too. I feel like it might have been that plus some other stuff, and you're doing too much, Carlos. It's really time for you to go. You know.
Yeah.
I can't speak to what Carlos did, but whatever y'all say he did it, because in my head, just by his actions alone, just by the way he moves. So yeah.
Oh, can somebody please drop the link for Richie B's channel? She has a new channel,
Corey.
Living in the Streets, and we love it over there. Yes. Thanks for coming through, Corey. Love you, Bianca. We were over at DJ Richie Sky's house earlier today, and he was talking about the reunion also. I mean, the trailer also. And so also in the trailer, yeah, well, to me, I still feel okay. So if she's not a liar on that, she did know when she got pregnant.
My clock is making noise, so go ahead. You can talk.
She did know when she got pregnant, and she did lie about that.
So what are you saying that she lied about on marriage? What does that have to do with Married to Medicine?
So no, I'm just saying that a known liar is coming over to what I deem the best show on Bravo, chock full of Black excellence. Drama to and through her knowing Apollo was going to come, being good with the shits, but then when Apollo ends up with the upper hand and putting her in a position where she's going to have to be the one with shit on her nose, now everybody's a mean girl. But when she was going to use that as a catapult, I think, back over to Real Housewives of the Titanic, and because she deemed it the Titanic. And that's the other thing. Usually in the Bravo world, they don't take too kindly to people like running amok, like, smearing the names of the shows that even they were used to be on. Even Lisa Rinna is currently in the news cycle because she's been on, she pulled a Phaedra and called Real Housewives of Beverly Hills the Real Housewives of the Titanic. And Andy Cohen is even answering to that, because typically it's not even tolerated from, ex-Bravo celebrities. So for her, I'm just saying this whole thing feels like beyond what the normal acceptable measures of Bravo celebrities is. And why does she get away with so much? It's interesting to me. Getting back to Married to Medicine, the interest remains that it's the best show. And then here she comes, and she asked Quad, can she help her get on? She gets on. Then she has a knife for Quad. She asked Dr. Heavenly to help her show that I'm part of medicine. Can I do a Reiki treatment on your ass? Dr. Heavenly helps her. And they were two peas in a pod for a moment. And now she's off Dr. Heavenly. She went over to Dr. Jackie's thing, trying to act like, oh, well, let me hang out with this doctor. And then when she dropped the ball over there, and when that got let out, now it's
what you mean the charity function?
Right. So she dropped the ball on the charity function. Everybody keeps saying how all I can offer is go back and rewatch and listen to Dr. Heavenly.
She paid the most.
On the check. Look at the dates on the check.
She paid. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. People always want to say, so if you loan money to somebody, this isn't even a loan situation, but if you loan money to somebody and they say, oh, you know what, I'm going to pay you back on the 15th. And then the 15th comes and goes and they don't pay you back. They don't communicate with you. Other people are going around and try to make it up on their behalf. And then she finally comes back the week before the finale so she can say she paid some shit, has to make it out to the person who covered her. Dr. Jackie wasn't supposed to have to pay $36,000 out of her
But
own.
why not? It's her. It's
You
her
know, because
function.
that's not the way it works. So, okay, so you're saying that it would be okay for
why
you.
Is Phaedra on the hook for the
Phaedra is on the hook for what Phaedra said she's gonna do.
But
These
it's
types of
Jackie's
bitches do what
charity.
they say
Not
they're
only
gonna
is it
do.
Jackie's
These
charity, this is
type
supposed to
of
be her
bitches
redemption
do
arc.
what they say they're gonna do.
Larger,
And
I
Phaedra's the type
admire,
of bitch that doesn't do what she's gonna say she's gonna do,
but
and
she
then
didn't.
has people crazy enough to say that it should be normal in society for somebody to say that they're gonna do something to the tune of $36,000, and then just because I have it, I didn't promise that shit. You promised that shit. And just because I have it doesn't mean I need to cover it for you. So you're saying by proxy that in your normal life, if your homegirl promised $36,000 and you happen to have it, that you should cover her shit for a month while she decides to do what she's going to do. You're saying that that's acceptable.
I'm saying I admire your commitment to what you're saying and the points that you're trying to make, but they fall flat for me.
The point is made.
The
Because
point
if you're
is
accepting
that
it from
this
her,
is supposed to be Jackie's whole redemption arc from, black women
no,
are
she made it
exaggerating.
that.
Let me talk. Let you talk. Black women are exaggerating their pain. She called Phaedra. Why did she even call Phaedra? To help her with the charity and the talking and setting up for the charity. She starts to slander Phaedra because she's not moving at the pace that she wants her to move or doing the things that she wants her to do. With Jackie, this is your thing, and it's supposed to be your whole redemption arc. Like I said, from the people. People do not like Dr. Jackie because of what she said about pregnant black women. So you should be putting in the most work from where I sit. And then you called Heavenly to do whatever it is she did. But when they showed up, it seemed like all they did was hire an event planner and they wanted to use Phaedra's contacts, which, you should have just as many contacts as Phaedra as someone with the businesses that you have, that you own. You should have just as much, as Phaedra does. So again, I ask why. I wouldn't even put that on TV. I wouldn't even want that out in the universe that Phaedra did more for me for my charity than I did. That's ludicrous to me. And the fact that y'all have a problem with the way Phaedra paid her $36,000 is insane to me. The bottom line is that she paid it, and I wouldn't. If it was me, I wouldn't have gave them a thing the way that they was trying to talk about her like a dog before it even started, before she even had a chance to show what she could do or what she could bring. I wouldn't have, and I feel like when she told Heavenly, well, y'all can have it, that she really was off the hook. I wouldn't have gave them anything.
So you're saying that you would have promised 3 times the number that was going for, and that as soon as and you would have acknowledged that you had over 100 unread texts and emails to get through, and acknowledge that Dr. Jackie had been, even at the first meeting, said that she has been trying to reach her. And she's like, oh, yeah. Oh, it's in there. Oh, it probably got lost, child, because I have so many things. So she had already dropped the ball. Dr. Jackie, being the smart, ingenuitive woman that she is, had the foresight in mind to contact Dr. Heavenly, who's a get it done person. And we've already played the tapes over here of Dr. Heavenly letting us know that, in fact, the contacts that Phaedra had were just like it showed on the thing when the person, oh, I could get that right now, child. Let me call this. This is 25,000 right here. Like Dana Wilkie's sunglasses. This 25,000 right here. Let me call this. And it rang and rang and rang and sent her ass to voicemail. And then she continued after that to drop the ball to the point where Dr. Heavenly had to show up. And even if it's only hire an event planner,
what ball?
at least the event planner got hired, but Phaedra didn't do it. So whatever is being happening, to point out the truth seems to be the problem with the Heavenly haters. To point out the truth,
I love Dr. Heavenly.
Problem with people who are having a problem with the fact that the truth is she promised at 3 times the amount. The truth is she said she could get it done. The truth is things did not happen according to the time schedule that she was aware of.
The truth is the stuff that you're pointing out does not matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it all matters because
to you,
nobody in real life is going to cover 3 times the amount that another bitch promised. Nobody.
But she covered it. So what's the problem? I'm still not clicking in my mind, like, what is the problem if she paid it? Okay, when she paid it, how she paid it, what she said before she paid it, like, money talks and she paid it. I don't understand what's the problem.
Yeah, but so, and by proxy, all this alleged shade you said the people are throwing her, she's the shade assassin, so she can't take what she dishes. Her and Sweet Tea are best friends for a reason, you're saying?
I don't F with Sweet Tea, so I don't know nothing about Sweet Tea, so I don't know.
Well, Sweet Tea talks a gang of shit and cries when she gets it back. And it seems to be what Phaedra does too. Because Phaedra's in there talking about, oh, Dr. Jackie is trying to do this. She didn't need to bring that shit up. As a professional Black woman, she did not need to even address that shit, but she did it to be malicious because she was called on the carpet and it was on camera. The fact that she had hundreds of unread emails and it was on camera that she hadn't done shit. So now she has to turn around and try to make everybody else look as shit covered as she is. And that's not fair. And she came over to the best show on Bravo, smeared shit on the walls, and now is leaving talking about you guys are mean girls and you stink. But she has shit on her hands.
Does that make you mad? I feel like a lot of y'all are butthurt because she said, y'all ain't my type of bitches, and I'm out of here. And she left. And she did whatever she did because the fact remains that they tried to play in her face by bringing Apollo on the show. And then
so how, okay, well, wait, before you go on, how is it playing in her face when we saw her on the phone talking about shit, girl, he don't do nothing I don't know about. He don't do nothing. Oh yeah, let's let it be a secret to everybody.
Why is he needed? Why is Apollo even?
But why did she go along with it? Why did she go along with it?
Married women, y'all want a man who abused me and bring his mistress. We saw him chasing her around the garage with a screwdriver. Like, did we not all see that? The famous, go away from me with this, Apollo. We ain't all see that? So the fact that you would bring this woman's potential abuser on here with his mistress, somebody he was messing with while we were married on the show, and expecting something to come from that blows my mind.
It's okay for her to pull her alleged abuser out of her ass for a reunion plot, but then it's not okay for her to say, okay, bring him. And then it's okay for him to show up. But what wasn't okay is that his wife had Phaedra in tears with the read that she got from old girl on the beach.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Exactly. We didn't see it because they cut it for her.
I see her when she called her a big back.
Oh, and nobody heard that. Nobody heard that. Nobody heard that. Nobody heard it.
And first of all, why are you even talking to me? First of all, you need to worry about why your man wasn't trying to bring you in the first place. That's what you need to be worried about. I think Shireen, and why are you so turned up about Shrek, whatever his name is? That's my little plaything. Don't worry about this right here.
So the Shek story, let me give the people in the back the read, okay? So Shek is community.
Allegedly.
Shek was getting down with Shireen's sister. Yes, Shek was going over to Shireen and Apollo's house for
over here now. Now he's with me now.
And that being said, that's the whole reason why she's like, oh, Shek, yeah, that's my boy. She wasn't up Shek's ass. He was just at her fucking house a couple months ago for Thanksgiving or Easter.
Okay, now he's over here. Well, I mean,
and she didn't even have a problem with it. You're saying she's up her ass for saying hi to her family friend.
Why was Shireen so turned up? I don't get it. Why was she so mad?
What did she? Well, I don't know when exactly she got mad to make Phaedra cry the way she did. I don't know when exactly she got mad to make Phaedra cry the way she did, because like you said, we didn't see that.
I don't see this crying thing, because I would love to see it.
That's what I said too. Oh my God, we are so naughty, Richie. I was like, I would have loved to see the read that made Phaedra Parks cry because she's only a shade assassin in confessionals after she had a minute to think about it, I think. And that whole big back thing, Jasmine Crockett had already said that. So it was just the first thing in her mind as a good read, but it was
So how do
already
you
been done.
feel? No, Sweet Tea said called what you call him a
She
gorilla.
called her that after, wasn't that? That was after because Sweet Tea called her that after they got into it, which was when Phaedra called her allegedly. She said it under her breath. Dr. Heavenly, we have the tapes. Dr. Heavenly said that nobody heard what the fuck Phaedra said because it was under her breath. Why we hear it is because they turned up the mic. But how we know it's true is that she said it and everybody's just sitting there like this because nobody heard it. There was zero reaction because nobody heard it. There wasn't even a snicker. There wasn't even there was nothing because nobody heard it. They just let it edit like that to make it look like she said it over Shireen. But what really happened was Shireen read her for filth and left Faye Faye crying, and Phaedra left, and that's why she got on the jet the next day, is because her plan and her plot to get Apollo agitated backfired because
It looks pretty agitated to me.
who she really agitated was
What's
Shireen.
really the plot though? Like the plot was for Phaedra to come on here as a single woman to bring everyone to Apollo with his wife and everyone else coupled up and just all gang up on Phaedra.
No, because had
That's what
Phaedra
y'all
not brought
seemed like y'all
anybody,
wanted.
had Apollo not brought anybody, then they both would have been there as just previously divorced people who can show how to get along because they can exist. Because if she's bringing him to a whole reunion, which she did last year, I don't know why everybody's pretending like somebody else brought Apollo on this show. Phaedra brought him on his show. Nobody else did that shit but Phaedra. And because somebody else invited him back after she did it several times is
Like
zero.
Phaedra
That's
said,
what doesn't matter.
like Phaedra said at the beach, she was okay with Apollo, apparently, with Apollo coming on the trip. She decided to bring in Shek for whatever reasons. Y'all want to play? I can play too. It seems like to me everyone's mad that Phaedra is 2 steps ahead of all the stuff that y'all are trying to do. Y'all have to understand Phaedra comes from the school of Real
Can you
Housewives of
clarify for the
Atlanta.
people in the chat who y'all is?
Whoever's mad, whoever, if it don't apply, let it fly. Whoever I'm talking to, whoever has a problem with what you think Phaedra did, I think all the cards were stacked against her, and she diddy bop.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, that was my alarm. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me? No?
I can hear you. Yes. Can you see me? Am I not moving?
Can you hear
Hello?
me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you guys hear me? Uh-oh. Did I disappear? Because, I got this stuff. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Continue. I can't hear anything you said.
I'll let you go ahead and finish because I have lots.
It seems to me that the plot was to have Phaedra here, single woman, bring Apollo. She invited Shireen. He said she's not coming, but then I guess when he found out that Shek was there, he decided to bring Shireen. And it was an ambush. Like Phaedra said, I'm supposed to be your guys' friend, and you're giving my date the third
degree. She hasn't
degree.
acted friendly, though. Phaedra has not acted friendly this
whole entire
let me
finish.
with
You
her
guys
fake
are giving interrogating us.
Sweet and sour.
You're interrogating us as if I did something to you. I'm a friend to this group.
We're just trying to figure out the bullshit and the lies because we're shocked that the first time the bullshit and the lies in as much as you just randomly with this person.
What lies?
Oh my God, you keep asking me the same question, and every time I tell you a lie, you ask me the question.
What did she lie so bad about? Like her relationship with Shaq, she just met him allegedly. She just met him.
Okay,
Like,
so
just
allegedly
relax.
lies. Okay, so I'll throw in an allegedly for you so you can stop asking me crazy questions because the lies are apparent, the plots are apparent. She said, yes, Apollo can come. She thought Apollo wasn't going to bring his wife. She knew that Apollo thought she was going to be there singly. She then
We don't
brings
know that.
check. She
It
then
seems like to
brings check.
me, she
They said they
knew
talked about
Apollo
everything.
was going to
Wait,
bring his
wait, I'll
wife.
let you talk. They said they talk about everything. She's the one that put it on Front Street that they have some kind of inner workings. They get along great. She's the one that put all these things out there. She's the one that knew. She's the one. And then when she popped up with Shek,
it was a problem.
It was after the call with Dr. Heavenly, who confirmed that no, Green still isn't coming. Good. And then
it was a problem when she bought Shek. Ask yourself
it's not
why.
a problem. It's not a problem. Nobody had a problem with it. I'll let you talk. Nobody had a problem.
Are you sure? Because it seemed like everybody had a problem when she snuck Shek up in there.
Nobody had a problem. Everybody said they were glad that she wasn't solo molo like last year.
Some people said that, but a couple people were. All the chatter was, "Ooh, Phaedra got this young man." Even Scott was like, "Is that how y'all get the young?" What did he say to contestant when they was in
Nobody
the
cares
already?
what Scott says.
But it matters because that was the chatter of the group. So she got this little boy on here, well, you know, and he's picking her up and throwing her all around. And did you see how they was all looking at her? So it apparently was, I'm not going to say a point of contention, but just
I don't know. Like, I feel like she brought a thirst trap dude around this group because last year she was the single one. Because last year she was the single one on the trip, so she brought somebody.
I love it. Y'all want to play? We can play. Let's play.
When her ex found out, I believe that Shek did something stupid and was like, "Oh my God, they called me to come to the thing. I'm going to go on the show again," and it somehow got back to Apollo and Shireen, and that's why Shireen. The way that it played out is that's why Shireen came. And then Shireen and them have to be like, "Oh, what are you doing here, bro?" Because whoever he told in their friend circle he might not have told them directly, but he told somebody in that friend circle that was there on Thanksgiving that it got back to the hostess and the host.
You can say that, or to me, Heavenly told Apollo that.
Of course. No, I don't think so. She said she didn't tell. She's not a liar, but she'll take it right back. She said she didn't tell. So I'm believing what Heavenly says any day.
And if he didn't know, he just sprung his wife on there and didn't tell anybody she was coming, because apparently Heavenly didn't know the wife is coming. So he meant that to be
they called Heavenly.
He could have meant that from the beginning to do that. So that's extra more of an ambush to Phaedra that you think is going to be alone.
No, I think that I think that the ambush came to Phaedra.
But she was 2 steps ahead of you. Not you, them.
Face on the boat showed the thwarting of said plot when she tried to appear unaffected by the presence of Shireen, when she was like, "Oh yeah, that's who she had an affair with," but she was affected, or else she wouldn't have had to mention that that's the person who he cheated on me with 7 years ago or whatever it was, because she would have been over it. She wouldn't even cared about it, right? So she was affected by the presence of Shireen to the point where she needed to buffer so that she could try to have these women who she's been treating fraudulently and some friend. She hasn't been acting like a friend to the ladies all season, in my opinion. She has not been acting like a friend to the ladies all season, in my opinion. So now she needs a buffer between her and how she's been treating these ladies and how it already looks by her bringing Shek. So she has to hurry up and get in a thing to make her the victim. Like, "Oh yeah, that's who he cheated on me with while we were married and I was pregnant." Well, you mean after you dropped him and left him for dead and wasn't showing up to court?
We are not getting ready to put this whole
daddy and all of that
thing
stuff
on Apollo.
So
we are not getting ready to paint
point,
Apollo like
she doesn't even get to have any residual anything, and it's okay for Shireen to eat her up because she thought she was eating with her little comments behind her back. Because why does she care?
It is not okay for that.
Why does she care? It was going to be okay for Shek to try to check Apollo, but it was not okay for Apollo's wife. It's Apollo's whole wife.
That came out her own mouth that she was a side chick. She said I was around more than Phaedra and blah 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 blah. When they brought her on the show, even the girls on the show would side eye
But it's
her and call
okay
her
for
a fake
side
side chick.
community
She's a
P. She was
self-admitted
trying to
side
have
chick.
Apollo checked by Shekko.
I wish a side bitch would come up to me and say anything to me. Stay in your place, ho. Sorry. Period.
No matter what year. No matter what year.
No, ever, forever, you will always be number 2.
Yeah, that's what she wants. That's what she wants. But she made it on a show that she's on. She made it on 2 shows where Phaedra was.
Yeah, for a minute, for a second, because of Apollo.
Yeah. Well, when she showed up the first time on Real Housewives of Atlanta via her best friend Kandi, it was because Apollo was in jail. He wasn't there, but it was because of him.
What a best friend. That's such a good best friend.
Right? So Dr. Heavenly did already tell us all of this stuff. I love the BTS with Dr. Heavenly, behind the scenes, the tea, and it always is true. And Dr. Heavenly told us, she left crying. Dr. Heavenly told us that she was not supposed to be bringing anybody and that she popped up with old boy. Dr. Heavenly told us she was happy about it. Everybody was happy about it. Dr. Heavenly was shocked to get the call from production moments before she gets a call while they're waiting on the boat. She gets a call and says, call Apollo and say, hey, where y'all at? And that was the first moment that she knew that Shireen was coming, was on the way to the boat. I still feel like, you know, Phaedra and Apollo's conflicted relationship is very complicated. I still kind of feel like when he went to jail, it was to save her from going to jail too. I still kind of feel like that, but that's a lot. And so to be treated like that by her, I feel like he wasn't okay. Yeah, I feel like he wasn't okay with how she was about to have him look. Because Sheik is the one also. Did you hear what Sheik and Apollo were talking about when they first shook hands on the thing? And he's like, yeah, you didn't tell me that you were like dating her. You just said that you were, that you saw
matched at the dating thing. A dating
so see how they've known about this the whole time.
Yeah, Apollo knew about it. He knew. So him acting like he's so shocked is nonsense to me. You knew about it.
Well, I think he said it was snaky shit that was happening because they both lied to him. Why did they both lie to him?
You have a whole new wife. Why are you worried about what Phaedra's doing?
Okay, so I did a timeline here. Where's my sheet? So the timeline is that Apollo and old girl, you saw she just filed for divorce on February 7th, 2025. Right?
And that's why she looks even more stupid to me.
No. So, okay, well, maybe not. But maybe she just wanted to get her last lick in on Phaedra because she was never going to get the chance again.
Or maybe she wanted a free trip Apollo just started abusing her.
But there is a timeline involved that would suggest that you're on a right track, because why did Shireen come is my question. And I'd love to ask her, why did you come to a trip in July of 2024 when you said in your divorce filings just February 7th, a couple days ago, 2 weeks ago, you said in your filing that you have been separated from Apollo since Thanksgiving 2023, which is about 6 or 7 months before this July trip would have even happened.
Oh,
yes.
So you mean they weren't even together?
Yes.
For this trip.
Right. So I don't know. I don't know if it was like try to get back together, save it one more time, because they didn't sign the papers that said they would live in the house separately as separate lives, because they're definitely getting a divorce until October, 3 months after the July appearance. They signed a document allegedly that said that they would cohabitate until both found other dwelling. And then she filed here in February. So I was even like, I texted Dr. Heavenly. I showed it here. I was like, Dr. Heavenly, was this a setup? because the timeline is just so bizarre. Why would she come if they were separated? Unless it's a plot by all of them to help Phaedra get back over on Real Housewives of Atlanta and
she
break
was
her contract.
already, from what I
No,
hear,
she
she was
wasn't,
already
because break her
on her way
contract.
over there, and that is partly, well, the main
But
reason
she
she
had
was
to break
able
a
to
contract
have this
still where
storyline
she
of
was.
I'm leaving, you guys are mean girls, I'm not participating
Right.
in
So
this,
she had to
I'm
make
out.
it a
It was
whole
only because
hostile workplace.
she had to go over to Real Housewives of Atlanta. If she didn't have that already set up, she would have had to stay and work it out with this show right here. But because she already had her thing set up with Atlanta, that was, she could spin that into the storyline of, you guys are such mean girls and I'm leaving, I'm going with the win. And she just left. She ain't come to reunion because there's just such horrible people.
But she didn't add nothing. Nobody missed
I'm
her
just
ass at the
saying,
reunion.
it just,
She wasn't even needed last year
I
at the
wish I could
reunion.
talk without you interrupting me, but go ahead. You got it.
And Chanel Ayan wearing quinceañera dresses, when then she ran and put a quinceañera dress on for the reunion. See how she works? And then she's going to come on over here and have to add nothing. Nothing added, nothing gained. She added nothing to the party, in my opinion. I don't know. You guys can put a 1 in the chat if you think that Phaedra Parks changed the scape of Married to Medicine with her fabulous wigs and smirks. I'll accept a 1 in the chat if you think Phaedra Parks saved something. But I kind of feel like Phaedra Parks is not doing what thinks she's doing. Is not. Okay, so we can still hear me. I don't know what happened to Richie. Richie!
I'm here. I'm just letting you go ahead.
Oh,
Go.
yeah.
What's your narrative?
So
Go
I don't
ahead.
know that
away.
Phaedra Parks is giving anything. She didn't add anything. What was she going to talk about? She wouldn't even answer a simple question from, no matter how toxic it was. Really have a conversation with Nara Lady on camera on this show without feeling offended and pressed. She didn't even, and that's what I'm saying. It's so weird. She goes from prude to jumping on this man's lap like this over here. And he's saying, open your legs. You can hear him on his mic. Open your legs. So he could lift her up and put her like that. Because now what? She has her, because she's on her way to Real Housewives of Atlanta and she needs to get her frack back on so she can be part of frickin' frack. She needed to get in her frick modus because she left this and posted that she was returning to Real Housewives of Atlanta, you guys. Like, she left this. If you go back to her timeline on her freaking Instagram page, it was like 3 days difference. So she left here and went and got on there. I still feel like there could have been contractual obligations to whatever Pop or Truly Entertainment. I think it's Pop over there, purveyors of Pop over there for the best show on Bravo, Married to Medicine. And maybe there was some type of contractual obligation because everybody was speculating that it was some kind of rumored 3-year contract for Married to Medicine. But then when Kandi didn't get the amount of money that she wanted and the position that she wanted, she bounced. And then Phae Phae, Fraudra, yep, I'm still sticking with that because she didn't add anything to this show and she walks around like she saved something that, do you know it's harmful to do CPR that's on somebody that's already living? Like, that's harmful. Then she harmed the show. She brought it way muckety muck down with all this trying to bring shit on to get at Apollo. And now you have fights and people leaving early, and poor Sweet and Sour fell for it all. She thought Phae Phae was really her girl. She let Phae Phae wind her up and get her all angry. I'm angry. I'm mad, Sweet C. I'm mad, Sweet T. And Phae Phae's gonna back me up on everything I say. You guys are evil. I'm mad. I'm gonna beat up King. I'm gonna beat up Heavenly. I'm going to beat up Simone. I'm mad. And you guys just, she like created this like freaking monster and then put a knife in her back by leaving her ass to listen to herself at the freaking reunion. Wound her up all season to leave her ass high and dry to answer for her own lunacy solo at the Bolo reunion. She got knives for everybody. And whoever let her ass back over here on her Real Housewives of the Titanic, mark my words, she'll have a nice shiny knife for you too, in the form of, when I say a knife, the knife is like, you know, she turns on you, or she somehow you help her, you give her a foot up, and instead of her reach back over the fence and give you a hand over, she like laughs at you and goes on to the next place where she's waiting for a foot up. And she's just like leaving all these people reaching up to the fence that they helped her get over. And she's on the other side, on to Trader. She's on the other side, on to Dances with the Stars. She's on the other side, on to Married to Medicine. She's on the other side, on to Real Housewives of the Titanic. Let me show you guys this. I did want to show you. You know how I love etymology. Ooh, you know how I love etymology and the meanings of words and stuff like that. So I said that she was a cooler. So I want to show you guys what a cooler is. And I put it in the description, but we can show it to each other right now. Share the screen. Yeah, I might get a little sticky. I'm asking my computer, this hard disk only has 33%. I got to go clean some shit out. So bear with us, sister. We can show it for a minute while it lets me. Okay, a casino cooler is an employee. See how I'm like, is she a cooler for Married to Medicine? Because she's an employee of Bravo at this point. And she's just going around. She went to Dubai. Dubai ended up getting paused. She went to Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip ends up getting paused. She's coming over here to freaking Married to Medicine. She's leaving it like it's Love and Hip Hop. She's going over to Real Housewives of the Titanic after a revenge porn thing and trying to take credit for bringing that back too. And even Kandi Burruss is like, she was only in 5 episodes. So we're giving full credit for half participation these days. Is that what's happening? So she's an employee who is sent to tables to stop winning streaks. Okay? A casino cooler is an employee who's sent to tables to stop winning streaks. The idea is the cooler's presence will cause bad luck for the rest of the table. I could be onto something. I mean, I don't really think, I hope that it doesn't really ruin it. But the mere fact that she tried to get Quad fired. Quad is Married to Medicine. She's part of that ensemble cast for a reason. We need Quad over there. We did not need Phaedra. And the fact that she was trying to replace Quad with her tired, burring, smirks and fabulous wigs ass is lunacy. Like, she wasn't even going to replace it with fabulosity. She's added nothing. Nothing. The only place she talked was in confessions and to talk to this freaking alliance this season. But obviously she speaks in tongues, which I'm saying I speak in tongues also, and call on the Lord and speak in tongues when you need to. But that was a lot. I don't know why she chose to do it right then. I'm not sure. But, you know, whenever the Spirit calls you to do something, even if that same Spirit was just trying to cause ruckus with her ex-husband by bringing his friend to her so she could jump on his lap like this in front of her, and then she looked back to see if Apollo would care, and he doesn't give a fuck. Did you see that? She looked back. He lifted her up and she looked back over like, oh. No, we don't care. We don't care. So what do you guys think about this theory of mine? Do you think she's a cooler? Because she didn't add anything They were on a pretty good winning streak. And then here she comes, and now we're like having all of this stuff, but I don't know. The stuff with Sweet Tea, I don't feel like it's that bad sometimes, but it's probably really hard to be around your ex. Anyway, so there's a movie called 2003 movie called The Cooler. That William Macy guy, he's a creepy looking dude. And he played the cooler. And yeah. And he would just be in a casino and they'd send him over to a table. And sure enough, if you were just winning, you were losing. And yeah, I don't know if they have something in their pocket or if it's just they know that it must be a real thing because it can happen. And then let's look for this real quick while it's participating. Parade Quad Web. Parade had an interview with Quad. Let's look at this. And I wanted to share it.
All of us create a home we love.
The Wayfair vibe at our place. Listen.
Can you shut up?
Got our own thing.
Oh, there we are.
On Tuesday, they'll say, well, why didn't you give it to her last Sunday?
11 years on TV. Like, it still blows my mind when I see that Married to Medicine, this is season 11. How do you feel just zooming out sometimes, thinking about, you've been doing this for 11 years?
It's a huge accomplishment. It really is. Most shows don't get past season 2. You know, they just don't. They don't make it. And for Married to Medicine to still be around 11 years later, going into 11th, well, in the 11th season, going into season 12, we're going to get that. It says a lot about the cast. Now, I know a lot of people say, oh, well, you know, they need to bring in new people. With new people, you get new stories and things of that nature. But I do believe that you have to have the core. Sometimes a lot of the shows, they change up so much and they lose their fan base. You know, that people lose interest. And people, like I hear, like, oh, they don't like new people over there. We do. We do like new people. It's just, it's a science to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, with this season, of course, it seems like there is a new chapter, a new page in your relationship.
Yes.
In this group.
Yes.
Of course, you talked about it, of course, but I think season 10 was really tough.
Oh, the shade of it all.
Exactly.
Did you see that?
It was wild.
I mean, how'd you feel watching it? It was disturbing.
It wasn't as...
So it didn't immediately happen. That's the thing, too. So she came on there, and then it ultimately ended up paused. It wasn't like her mere presence on those other shows happened, but it was like the aftermath of her being there. I don't know. I was just showing there's this trail of shows that she's been on after her hiatus that are now in a little flux after her presence. And that was to coincide with my cooler theory. That was all. I'm not saying that she caused that. And I would venture to say that it was stopped more because of Caroline Manzo. Brandy said, roll that beautiful bean footage.
As fun as Married to Medicine can be, I think it was definitely not everyone's favorite direction, and I think the audience certainly felt that way.
Absolutely, and the audience made that known. They were not shy at all by saying, you know, what we saw in season 10 happen to Quad was no good. Do not allow it to happen again, and you guys need to correct that. And I think when the ladies of the show saw that, they didn't like how they were viewed. They didn't like what they saw themselves. I think somebody in the moment thought it was a good idea. Quickly they found out it wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get to see more of you. And
yes.
I think these exciting new changes in your life, that was a frustration, I think, of last season.
Yes.
Is as you were trying your best to stay in this group, it felt like at every turn you were kind of being blocked off a bit.
Well, I think what happened is when sometimes some people make their minds up, no matter what you do, it's just not good enough. You know, you can give their mom a kidney on Tuesday. They'll say, well, why didn't you give it to her last Sunday? You know, like the fact that I gave her the kidney, that's not enough. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think, again, too, it's been nice to see, because last season it was so fractured. We get to see your full life. It's not just, you know, Quad being still here in this awkward situation with your ex. It is actually, we get to see new love in your life,
yes.
new business ventures,
yes.
all these things.
Yes.
Does that feel good, too, to be able to, again, like the capacity you've had in the last 10 years, to be able to show maybe a fuller picture of where Quad is?
Yeah, you know, and it's a completely different relationship. It's a united relationship. It's something that we work together. We work on our partnership. We definitely encourage one another, support one another. I never felt better. A camera lens, and you know, you get public scrutiny and everyone has an opinion, and then to come home and not have the support that you deserve, it's very difficult. And now I can say that I have that support.
I mean, you can see it on your face now. You can see it in the confessionals when you're talking about it. It is nice to see that happiness that we all deserve, right? But that we get to see. We've been following your life for 10 years, so be able to see you there.
Yeah, through it all.
Yes.
I mean, it's been some dark times too.
Yeah.
And you guys have stood by my side. I'm so grateful for my fan base. Like Quad Squad, you are the absolute best. They don't play by my squad.
What could you maybe talk about in terms of your relationship with Phaedra as it stands now?
Right now it's little to no relationship. Unfortunately, later on I learned of some things that she was doing behind the scenes. And it's just you just don't do it to a friend. It's very unfavorable. I was very disappointed. And hearing those things and then to have it confirmed, it was very sneaky, very low down and disgusting.
Yes.
So there's a little to no relationship with her and I now. Very proud of everything that she's doing on other platforms. Definitely want her to be what she wants to be. But she's still the same old girl. Like nothing really has changed. You know, the whole Portia Kandi thing, that's pretty much who she is, you know. And it kind of spilled over to Married to Medicine. Nothing has changed about her.
That's a shame. I think that, to circle back to what you even said before too, this is a show where it is hard to break into this group. You guys don't just let anybody in. You guys are even through the highs and the lows.
Right. And I think, listen, they were very welcoming to her. Even myself, I wanted to see her back on TV full time instead of, you know, little shows here and there and, you know, caveats. It was great to have her, but it just didn't pan out the way that I thought it would. I thought there would be more camaraderie there. I thought that she would be a true friend. It's just not in her. You know, she's just true to herself. That's it.
What are you most hoping for in this reunion? I'm excited for you because I feel like you get to go in, maybe not so much have to, you know, plead your case.
Depends. I feel like, listen, I feel like for like years, I've always kind of been on the defending, fighting and defending. And anyone would get tired of that. And then the idea of people working their hardest to present me as a villain. And I'm just not that. You know, I'm a person who's very fair. I have compassion and empathy, a very strong person. I do not shy away from being independent, but I do seek the opportunities to work within the group. And I'm not a mean person, but I'm a person who I don't put up with BS. I just don't. I don't see that there's a reason to. But trying to paint me as a villain or trying to paint me as this self-absorbed individual, that's not true.
I think it's so good that you have this platform where we're able to share, but also you have other business ventures, other exciting things happening as well. I know you have your all-purpose seasoning blend that you're launching. So talk to me a little bit about these other things that are happening for you.
Yeah, so like the all-purpose seasoning blend, I'm so happy it's on Amazon now. So you girls can go down to Amazon and purchase, put it in your cart and cash out, okay? It's really great on everything. I'm very excited about that. One thing Keegan and I have just accomplished, we got our citizenship in Ghana recently. So that's really cool. Oh man, that's big. That's one of the highlights already. It's my 2025, you know, just truly came into the new year. And to say that we had an opportunity to kind of just go back home, you know, and see what that feels like. Broke down so many misconceptions of what we think Africa is like. And I've been going since like 2019, but just to receive the love and now the citizenship, it's amazing. We're looking to do a lot of business there, buying some properties and doing some things over there just to put back into the economy there. So want to do that. And of course, you know, we're doing IVF. We're going to start our process. And so we're prepping for that. And it's good. Everything it's great.
Okay. So I wanted us to listen to that, specifically to the part where she was saying about how Phaedra tried to get her kicked off the show. I've been saying it. Dr. Heavenly said it. People want to argue. People want to lie. People want to act like, oh, well. But in the vein of women supporting women, of being a good, of just even supporting Black women, you know, especially good Black women. It's Black excellence, you know. Quad is an excellent pillar of society. She doesn't have like things happening in her current life that would suggest that she needs to be brought down a peg or two or anything like that. Like, so why did Phaedra decide to rally with Sweet and Sour and Contessa, and even Dr. Jackie caught wind of it to the point where that's who told Dr. Heavenly, to the point where that's who went with Quad and was like, I'll film with Quad. And look what we got this season with my two faves, Dr. Heavenly and Dr. Quad. I mean, Dr. Heavenly and Quad giving it to us. We got 9 episodes of Dr. Heavenly carrying the show on her back. And now we have episodes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 to look forward to with Quad bringing it home. And look, we've also witnessed a lot of things on this show this season that I feel like it's too much. It's too much. I don't feel like Bravo should be giving Dr. G, who in this episode in season 6 admitted to being a party to abuse in his relationship towards a woman. And even then, he justified it by saying, we did it to each other. So he's fine with hitting a woman if she hits him too, which most women hit because they're getting hit. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like she's hitting you softer on purpose. It's because she's not as strong as men, and men usually hit harder. But let Sweet Tea tell it, she can handle a man, which is also, do we need to talk about how weird it is that Sweet Tea knows Dr. G isn't a protector to the point where she feels like she needs to protect him after she's watched him instigate that whole thing? I talked to my husband, who's a very man. My husband is a very man. And I talked to my husband and I said, babe, I said, if a man comes up to you and he's doing all of this in your face and you can smell his breath and his spittle might be getting on you while he's out of control, has his low impulse control, and he's telling you something about me, I said, is that threatening behavior? I said, does that man want you to like fight? I mean, because literally Dr. G's arms were like this, but had he went like this, he would have touched King, and he knew that. That's why he kept his arms like this, but he was this close with King. That's too close. That is very too close. It's called 3 feet of personal space. We just experienced a 6-foot personal space put upon us during the demic, right? But everybody knows it started with 3 feet. And at the least, it's an arm fucking length from me to you. So Dr. G, with his shrink mind, with his degree in how to help somebody navigate stressful emotional situations, he's trained in this, right? So he's not doing anything that he's trained on. So I feel like he was instigating that, and that he wanted King to lunge at him, and that he wished that King would have touched him and made contact, because the only thing that Dr. G could show up at the police station with was an attempted assault, which got thrown out. We played the live here the other day where Quad and King, yeah, these two, where Quad and King were in pretty much the same attire, laughing at when they called the popo and was like, yeah, we hear there might be some kind of something filed against King for assault. And they were like, we didn't even take the report, man. You know? And I'm just thinking that's really funny. Let me stop sharing this right here. Let's see. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, her man is fine. I love an Adonis belt. So you guys know that's wait, where is it? That little thing right there. Right there. That's where the fun is. Oh my gosh. I know Quad has so much fun bouncing on that wood 15 times a week. Can you imagine the wood that's Adonis belt and Treasure Trail lead to? I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for her. I mean, it's the least God could do after she endured this for a decade. She endured Dr. G for a decade. And he's just as angry as his wife. They're so angry. They're very, very upset. Yes, Bianca. Yes, smash the buttons. I love you too, Kathy. Designs and decor. Kathy, Gail France. Yes. Burnell Gaskins. Thanks for coming through. Lyric song. Yes, thanks for having you. Who else is in the house? Miss Kiki. I miss you. Oh my God. Thanks for being here. Apollo was already separated from his wife. That's what I'm saying. We went over the whole timeline. I told you, I texted Dr. Evelyn. I was like, is this all applied? Were they playing in all our faces? Were they in cahoots to try to have her get out of the freaking contract? She said she was going to text me and let me know. I'm still waiting to hear back. Apollo was coming alone until he heard about Chick. Yep. Community peen. Yep. Make it make sense is in the house. What you say? Happy freaking Saturday. Make it make sense is in the house. To what do I owe this pleasure? Phaedra straddling that man was something I never wanted to see, right? And she looked uncomfortable. And for him to have to tell her, open your legs. Did you hear it when he said that? Open your legs. That wasn't even like, ooh, baby, open your legs. She's like, open your legs. I was like, oh, I don't know. Sometimes I like it a little rough, but that was like a little like, oh, let's try to make this a moment. Open your legs so they can see us have fun, that I'm strong enough to encompass this ass. Actually, open your legs so that we can mimic the scene that Apollo did with Kenya Moore, the season that they couldn't keep their hands off each other and were throwing each other in the pool. And remember, Apollo picked up Kenya Moore's ass pretty much like this, but she didn't straddle him. But he picked up Kenya Moore's ass, and you just know he was feeling all that. I don't know. They say it's not that soft, but it looked like it might have been soft. And he was like, google, and it looked like one of his pinkies like went in the crack right there. And he was like, and he was like, went and jumped in the pool with her. And I bet once he jumped, Apollo seems like the kind of guy that once he did jump in the pool after having all that ass in his hands and his pinky in the crack like that, felt like he might have done a couple more grabs or something. Yeah. But this has already been done, Chic. Just like the read that your girl tried to do on the beach, talking about a big back something, a big back butch built something. Jasmine Crockett did it first and better. There's only one, and she already has the trademark. You might need to break her off. And you as an Esquire should have known that that's a trademarked saying. I didn't finish saying it, so I don't have to pay nobody. But she said it on a national platform like it was hers to say. And that's a trademarked word saying now, and it gets money to the DNC when people use it. So she regurgitates Jasmine Crockett's infamous big back butch comment. And then she regurgitates the Apollo grabbing scene. And then she also regurgitated getting fed. Remember that when her and Apollo first came on the scene? When he got out of jail and he could feed her pickles. Remember they had that big ass jar of pickles? It was such a weird photo shoot. And she did the same. Ugh. He was trying to put it in her mouth. He's like, ugh, 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 ugh. It was just so weird. It's already been done. She should have checked AI and thought of something new. I'm sure ChatGPT can make you can give you a list of things that have not been done. And this would not have been on the list because it's already been done. It's a lot of nothing. It's all smoke and mirrors with Phaedra. Comes on my favorite show, messing it all up. We can't even finish. It started so beautiful. This is the first time that there are 8 Black doctors on a sandbar, and we're going to have fun. Black excellence. Black excellence was happening. And then Dr. G started it. Oh, yeah, you didn't hear me talking shit when I was cussing out your woman last night? Now, that's something to whoop an ass over. And everybody's like, oh, Dr. G was in the right for calling the police, and Dr. G and poor Sweet Tea. No, Dr. G actually wanted male-on-male combat. That's what he wanted. Dr. G instigated that shit. Yeah, Dr. G probably, in that scene, I was like, if Dr. G got his ass kicked in school, it was because he would instigate shit And then another kid would come and handle his ass just like that. And then he would run and they would catch up to his ass and mollywop his ass. And then he would go home and cry about being bullied. But he instigated the entire thing. I bet he did. I bet. That's what it's given. Because if you can do that as a whole grown man with 8 other men present and cameras, and you running down the beach like a Mitch after doing all this in another man's face, and then you're going to run and then attempt to press charges for attempted assault. And then your new wife, who should be, focused on getting as much semen into her womb as possible, is for some reason stressed because of the situation you've put her in. And now, in addition to the stressful position you put her in, because that's not protecting, you put her in a stressful situation. And now she feels the need to protect you after you started all this shit, sir. And you were poking her with that 2x board. I got a whiteboard in here somewhere. Where'd it go? Where'd my whiteboard go? Because I had exactly the same little whiteboard for homeschool. But he was poking her with that whiteboard. You be good. You be good. Shut the fuck up. You talk too much. You be good. You be good. It was weird, you guys. And I pray that her daddy saw that and checked his old greasy ass. I pray that her mom that was trying to check Dr. Heavenly checked her husband, because that was abuse. It was humiliating. It was embarrassing. And it left her feeling so unprotected that she feels like she needs to use her Army combat training to fight this Adonis belt. And his 15 times a week would. I think she really just wanted to wrestle with him and feel it. She wanted some more of what Quad has. She wanted to run and jump on what Quad is currently jumping on. Because what Quad used to jump on is only doing it maybe twice a week. Maybe twice a week. I don't know. Let's see. Yes, get these likes up. Yes. Oh, child, yes. Yep. Kathy Farron says, yes, right? It was so weird. She was eating all that stuff. Sounds like Mary Brandy. Hot pool boy, yes. Dr. G was definitely batting that man. Yes, he was baiting that man. He is a small man with a small voice and a fragile ego and drives a Mini Cooper. That says it all. It says it all. Oh, Letitia. Oh, Letitia. Remember, even when he was saying, Letitia, 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 doing those push-ups, and Dr. Heavenly said he was looking at King. Letitia, 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 Letitia. That's the only way he could do Letitia 15 times a week, is if it's during a push-up. Because she really only getting it 2 times a week, y'all. Yes. With that being said, I still think Quad's man is a scammer. That's interesting. Now, I don't know. She's been going out with him for a year. There hasn't been any smoke. I'm not sure why people want to always think when Black men are a little successful and don't have, I don't know. I'm not sure why we need to have him be a scammer, and why people still are saying Simon is a scammer when he's obviously worth millions and has all the money and has all these properties legitimately. I don't know what makes a scammer except for no pending cases and everything in your name still. So I'm just not sure how scammer and king are in the same sentence when there's no indictments, no cases pending. I don't know if his Yelps are bad. I'm not sure what about king implies scammer. Now, Dr. G, on the other hand, definite scammer, because for anybody to actually have a degree in dealing with people's minds and acts like this and tries to instigate, gaslight, incite, a stonewall, control, his low impulse control, his freaking anger issues, all of that shit. But he's in charge of people's minds. That sounds like a scam. So I guess we could pick it. Dr. G or Tickle Me Elmo. That's what I was saying. He's kind of sounds like Tickle Me Elmo, but I don't want to ruin Elmo. I love Elmo. Elmo was my favorite. Remember that year where the Elmo could walk around? It was like an Elmo craze every Christmas. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to ruin Elmo. We can make him the garbage pail kid because he's like trash, hitting women and then justifying it, verbally abusing them, emotionally abusing them, physically abusing them. We saw all that displayed in that my eyes witnessed what's, in my opinion, physical abuse with the poking of the 2 times board, verbal abuse with telling her to shut the fuck up and telling another woman that's not even his wife to shut the fuck up, which is no way to speak to a motherfucking lady. That's verbal abuse. Emotional abuse, gaslighting her, telling her that it wouldn't have happened if only she had shut the fuck up. If only Quad had shut the fuck up, I wouldn't have acted out like that. That's emotional fucking abuse. So we witnessed a trifecta. And I don't want to put it on Elmo. Elmo's too cute. What's another high pitch? I could give it Mike Tyson, but Mike Tyson has redeemed himself as far as I'm concerned. With all the pigeons he houses, he's redeemed himself. He just fought Jake Paul. So he can't even be Mike right now. A Mini Cooper says a lot. Small car, small bananas. He just gives little teeny micropene energy. You know what? I crack us both up, Kathy. I be sitting here having a good time. I swear, you guys, I have the best days. I sit here and the stuff I say here, I say to myself too, like just throughout the day, I'll say some funny shit and have myself cracking up, have my husband cracking up, my kids be cracking up. We just be cracking up in here because they just roll out. It just rolls out, roll out. You know, yeah. So I'm glad because I feel like I used to be like, okay, God, what am I going to be when I get older? And I used to be like, laughter's the best medicine. And so I could be a laugh doctor. How can I do that? I could be God's entertainment center. And so that's part of my magic sauce is that I heal people by helping them engage in laughter. Yeah. And then a sign that laughter is the best medicine is George Burns. Remember that old white guy that used to drink brandy and smoke cigars and he played God in the movies in the 70s? Remember that old dude? And he was a comedian. And he was hilarious. He lived to like 104, smoking big ass cigars and drinking. And I think he did it because he laughed so much, you guys. So anything I can do to make the world a happier place is my to do. My pleasure. Thank you for accepting my gifts. Because some people be getting mad. They're like, can you really be this fucking happy, Larja? I'm like, yeah, I told you guys how I used to work at the Women's Alcoholism Center in San Francisco at the Clock Tower building at the Pier 1 in San Francisco at the Embarcadero on Pier 1. And so I was the office manager at the Women's Alcoholism Center. It's called WAC. And that's also where I actually got to meet Rosa Parks. There was an art gallery nearby and they had an art installation and it was during Black History Month. And one day Rosa Parks wheeled in and it was so cool and I got to meet her. So anyway, so I'm working over here at the Women's Alcoholism Center and here I come every day, all day long. Yep, didn't stop yet. Nope, sure didn't stop. Okay, let's go some more. See you tomorrow. Saw you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Finally, so I had started there because I was covering for in like their accounting department or whatever. And the woman who usually had been there was out on medical leave having massive, I swear, guys, they said it was basketball-sized tumors were being removed from her abdomen. Basketball-sized growths and tumors were being removed from her abdomen. And so I was covering in the office until she got back. And then when she got back, then it was going to be two of us because there was another lady in there with her before, but she had left too. So anyway, it was usually two people in there, but I had been doing it by myself while she was gone. And then she came back and I was like this. And she had just got all these tumors out of her body. And I thought I was helping that bitch. How are you today? Anything I can do to help? Anything I can do to help? See you tomorrow. Anything I can do to help? How are you today? That bitch went to Mary, the lady who was in charge of the Women's Alcoholism Center at the time. And she went in there to Mary and my booty started tingling. Now that's another power I have. Ever since I was a little girl, when my booty tingles, I either have to use the bathroom or something bad is going to happen. And the bag included me getting my ass whooped for whatever action I was currently participating in. And I just knew I would be like, oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. My booty's tingling. And yeah, it's weird. So the lady went and had a meeting. And for some reason, my booty started tingling at work. So I immediately went to the bathroom and I was like, not that. Something's going to happen to me today at work. And sure enough, by the end of the day, after this meeting that had my booty tingling, Mary calls me in the office and is like, sorry, Larja, I got to let you go. I'm like, well, why? I'm doing great. You said I was doing great. Everybody loves me. We're doing great. We're helping the women not be alcoholics anymore. We were housing them. We had programs for them. We had, various places for their children. And it was a beautiful, beautiful nonprofit to work for. I used to love working for nonprofits. And, I was like, well, what's the problem? They were like, yeah, Charlene came back and she said, you're too Pollyanna was the word she used. And I had to go look that shit up. Let's look it up again right now. Thought I would never forget, but let's look at what Pollyanna is. Pollyanna, not polyamorous. Pollyanna. I was like, oh, the movie? I love that movie, Pollyanna. That Walt Disney movie, right? A Pollyanna can be used as a compliment or an insult. That bitch meant it as an insult, you guys, depending on the context. As a compliment, a person can use Pollyanna as a compliment to recognize the optimism that can be a powerful force as personal growth. As an insult, it can be used as an impulse to imply that someone's naive or out of touch. Yes, Pollyanna is a term used to describe somebody who's always optimistic and has a tendency to find the good in everything. Doesn't that sound like me, y'all? Doesn't that sound like fucking me? Right? That bitch had such a fucking problem with me being me that I was like, no wonder that bitch just got a basketball took out of her abdomen. I'm out. Y'all ain't stopping shit. I was like, anybody who doesn't like this and just got a basketball removed, I don't need to be around. Thank you, God. And I moved on to bigger and better things because I was like, the devil not stopping nothing. You know how sometimes something can happen and you're like, oh shit, why is that about? See, my booty was tingling because it was unexpected. I mean, nobody likes getting fired, especially for being too motherfucking happy. That was my exit interview. Too fucking Pollyanna. Yep. So if anybody is currently accepting my Pollyannaism, then I am so thankful that I finally found my people. Finally found my people. Thank you, God. Oh, that's another reason to be grateful today. Thank you, God. I found my tribe. Yes, we share a birthday. Capricorns, January 17th. Well, Phae Phae used to say things she ought not to say as an attorney, right? Okay, so look at this. So wasn't it mean girl behavior for Phaedra Parks to imply that Dr. Heavenly needed to have her ass whooped to be physically assaulted by Dr. Contessa for saying your mama during the argument? That was her attorney given advice in a confessional, was to beat up Dr. Heavenly, you guys. But it's wrong for Shireen to cuss her out. I mean, a physical assault is fine. then I'm sure a good cuss out is fine or acceptable at least, right? It just, I don't know. I can make one thing about nothing or one thing about everything, right? This young, you spit out your Coke. That's hilarious. You know, they used to put real Coke in Coke. Thus the name. That was her pregnancy photo with the pickle. Yes. She loves having stuff stuffed in her mouth. Oh. And she does look like his fingers smell like his privates. He looks like he might yeah, he doesn't wash his hands. He already looked like he don't wash his hands. His hands look like they smell tangy. I would be able to give Dr. G a lot of tips. Dr. G is lucky he didn't get knocked the fuck out. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I swear I used to hang out with OGs, and I know that that's not acceptable behavior. Most people with a dick in their pants would not find this acceptable behavior within the context of an aggressive moment without that being an invitation for us to both be flailing hands. Yes, he needed an extendo. Yes, I'm telling you, being small with swimmers aging is a bad combination. I don't think his swimmers are working. Nope. You'll rewatch. I love you guys. Yes, I wish I did reviews when I'm out of the office because I would definitely give my opinion on the shows. I know. You're always at work, working. I love it. Gotta make that shmoney. Yes, tickle me Elmo. 2 times a week when you're 55 is okay for me in menopause, y'all. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, me and Daddy, I was like, well, now that we don't even have the red week to worry about anymore, we should be getting it in every day, Daddy. No, the mind is willing, but the body is like, can we go to sleep tonight? I'll get you in the morning. That's the best wood. Morning wood, you can just hop on. There's nothing to even try to prep. And even men who are older still get morning wood. So that must be when Sweet Tea's 1 a day comes in, is at least in the morning, because morning wood, it kind of happens a long time. Mm-hmm. Yes. Choose that younger wife. But oh my God, we played the live over here where the lady, her name was like Duval. She went on the live that they did the other day when they were explaining how he wasn't arrested. And this lady called in and said that her kids went to school with Sweet Tea, and that Sweet Tea would always give it up in school, and then the boys would only bone her because she had big titties, but they wouldn't keep her because she didn't have no ass, and that she was very promiscuous and well known for giving it up in school all the time. And I was like, well, maybe the abuse that she took in school, because that leaves you feeling like not good, right? Like if you're giving it up and you might want to be with that guy, and then you find out that he just wanted to like fill your 40 double D's, and he's like, on to the next and bragging to his friends that he got it, that could leave you wanting an older man, because at least they don't know nobody in your friend circle, because they old. They know people over there where the old people are, right? I know that's right. I know that's right. Yes, we love Elmo. He sounds like he got his huevos. I'm telling you, I told you the story also. Okay, so do you guys also know the boy from your childhood that when you were riding down the street and there was always one friend that didn't have a seat on his bike, right? And then that same friend would hit the curb and end up at the hospital and come home with one testicle. I know boys like that from growing up, but I also grew up in the 70s when we had those kinds of seats that, they were like, remember those banana seats? And for some reason, there would be many seats missing in the neighborhood. What was that about? Very interesting. Because I know at least 3 little boys that ended up with one nut because they were riding a bike with no freaking seat and came home with one testicle from the hospital. And that's a true story, you guys. Yes. Lipton isn't giving it. She gives matron. She's cute. She looks, when she really dresses up, she's gorgeous. But then she starts talking again. And I'm like, yeah, I have a PhD in petty. And one-liners is, yes, super mean Cody Brown and calls me, yes. Yeah, you know, but I mean, it's all with love. It's just for fun. Yes, George Burns. Good night, Gracie. Oh, yeah, I'm going to call my mama and say good night, Gracie. I'm going to text her that right now. Oh, where's my mom? I'm going to say, remember, good night, Gracie. Oh. Oh, that was a good one. I forgot he said that. I remember the movies like God and some other movies that he did, but I forgot about his primetime special. Mamere, right on. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, we say it how it is, and for me, it usually comes out as smart fart. Yep, not changing, not changing. I mean, you know, I like. No, I can change my mind, I guess. But I'm not changing like who I am. Yes, my booty be tingling. Does anybody else have something that is like a tell in your spirit that don't go that way, don't do that? Danger, danger, danger. I mean, hairs on the back of your neck, a little goosebump, a little tingle down your spine. Anybody? Anybody? Mine is definitely to this day, at my big age, to this day, if my booty tingles, something's about to happen. Something's happening. Yes. She tap danced on your booty meat. Told you it was a thing. I can't stand a tap dancer. What? The woman was out of line. I'm sorry for her cancer, but she is still a heifer. That's what I'm saying. I was like, no wonder you got that. And if you didn't even get your message yet, I'm glad I'm out of here. You can keep this place. You can keep this place. Yes. At least I didn't have a pinky in the crack. It looked like he did that. I was like, is that his hand? Did his hand, like, is it like in the crack? It disappeared. It disappeared. Yes. Oh, Pollyanna, I have been called that, and no, it was not a compliment either. See? Yeah, they're always like fucking hating. Or people be like, what you smiling about? You either get the, you need to smile, or what you smiling about. It's like, let me exist in my reality, y'all. Just let me motherfucking exist. Because it's like, why does any of it like freaking bother you? I'm not on a reality show. I'm just minding myself over here at the Women's Alcoholism Center, being myself, and it was too much. Way too much. Yes. Arthur tried to punk King in front of the other men. He kept provoking King. Yes. Okay, yeah, we could do him Arthur. Arthur was the is that the bear boy? I applaud King for showing great restraint as long as he could. And I also applaud King for in the clip for the trailer that's coming up, when he got the lemon bowl, and shout out to Dr. Jackie finally getting a redo on her past the lemon bowl situation. I like that. And what he said was so thoughtful, was so gracious. It was like that was true King shit. You know how the best kings are gracious and merciful, and the best kings in history like care about their subjects' well-being. You know what I mean? Like the things he said that edified Quad and validated where she is in her journey without showing a modium of insecurity or judgment on that, and recognizing that it's going to take time to heal and vocalizing that, thus giving her the space to continue in her healing. You know how fucking powerful that was? That was true king shit. I mean, now this right here, this is some clown shit. This dude right here, that's the jester. Sheik is a jester. King is a king. Sheik is a jester. And Phaedra was trying to replace a king and a queen with a jester and a fake. And then was going to leave it all high and dry to still run over to a Titanic. Where'd they do that at? Yes, largest, she didn't micropene. Yes, she was jealous. Plum green with envy because you were better at the job than her. I guarantee it. Guarantee. Say peen, Kathy Farron. YT ghosted your comment. Oh, no way. Yeah, YouTube is getting like real thick on the freaking, yeah, interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We all need to fit in our own self and feel comfortable in this world. And it takes a long time to do it. And so I appreciate any consideration along the way, you know, and I appreciate you too for just being here and adding your lovely energy to the conversation. Thank you so much. You insult my mom, whatever, but my dad, and I will thump the F out of you. I'm sorry, I got limits. Right? Right? Bianca Edwards, so sorry for your loss, man. You know. Bianca!
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
I'm under the weather, so excuse the voice.
Well, I'm glad that you came up here. What are your thoughts?
Where do you want to start?
Anywhere you want to start. I'm just glad that you came up. So whatever you want to talk about, I'm fine.
Let's start with Franklin.
Okay.
Can't stand him. I know a lot of people say, well, it's not that we don't like Dr. G, but my whole thing is everything that he was accused of in the past,
yes,
it's literally coming back and showing.
That part.
Everybody
right?
Ignore it, and I'm trying to figure out what am I missing? Everybody's ignoring it. That man is crazy. He's rude. His wife isn't giving. And they're upset because they flaunted their relationship in Quad's face all they wanted to. And now that Quad want to come back, and even if it is the petty in her to kind of get a little bit of get back, nobody say nothing about them being petty when they was trying to get back at her.
Right.
So if you say fair is fair, then fair is fair. But we're not going to sit up here and make it seem like one is doing more than the other. That's what's driving me crazy.
Yes. And that's understandable so, because you're totally right. Last year when Sweet and Sour was talking about why they keep bringing up Quad, I'm here now. And you know what I mean? It's like,
exactly.
Wait, you're still Quad's tribe. Like, you don't just get to come in and be the new wife of an abuser and just be totally accepted. You know, we still got standards over here.
And then you showed up and didn't show out. So that made it even worse for you. You wanted to come on bragging about being the new wife. Now you're in the house. That Quad slept with a man, but we won't go there. But now you're in the new house and you still not giving. So what's your purpose? I just don't understand what other people are seeing that I'm not, but I just don't see it for her. I don't see it for Sweet Tea.
And the whole thing about just copying everything Quad does really is so bizarre, like down to the sweet and savory of it all. And now that she's got called out on it, she's doubling down on it. Like it's not freaking weird.
Doubling down. It's the strangest thing. I'm just like, girl, I could really do next season without her or Franklin.
I hope she doesn't come back. And I hope Bravo examines the feedback that triggered women around the globe are having with witnessing what you just said. Quad told us this is what she endured. Nobody believed her. to the point where he was still coming over for freaking Moscow mules and hanging out with the guys. You know what I mean? And even now we see in this trailer too, Dr. Eugene still wants him around. He's like, well, we just need to still have some consideration for Dr. G because he's part of the group. Why? Why are you educated Black professional doctors aligning yourself with a man who would show his ass on TV like that and treat women like that and then be a Mitch and call the police when a man tries to protect a woman? Like, I'm just like, it doesn't look good for an entire brand.
When the man tried to protect the woman after you jumped up in that man's face, wielding your arms all over the place. I don't know anybody in the real world that would come through as not
a threat.
Threatful.
Right.
That's a threat. Anybody jump in my face, first of all, come prancing your behind in my face and your arms flying all over the place. I'd be a fool if I just sit there and let you get the chance to assault me before I assault you. No, that's not what it's going to do. You're not about to beat me down. I'm going to get you first. So he's lucky that King was standing strong. And the fact that King was standing right there so calm should have been a sign for the, what is he? Psychologist, psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist. I think he can give out drugs.
Can he prescribe some to himself?
But hey, that would only be after self-diagnosis, which is not a good idea.
I'm just like, he was very calm and you didn't pick up on that. Like he was a ticking time bomb. When people get that stance and just sit there looking at you like make one wrong move and I'm gonna knock yourself.
Yes.
That's what I got from King. As he should have.
But King was so resilient. Imagine being Quad and having the juxtaposition between King and Dr. G in her face like that. I bet she felt like Sweet Tea too, where she knew she wasn't protected. And he might have been getting them in all kind of situations, flailing his arms in the line at the movies. And then, you know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Exactly. I was just like, this whole thing is a mess. And then going down to the whole Phaedra, Apollo, Shek, and Serene.
Yes. Okay, come through.
Am I the only one that missed on the show where Dr. Heavenly called what her name is, Phaedra, and told her that she invited him and Phaedra said it was okay? Am I the only one that saw that flashback on camera?
Nope. Me and you saw it. So we're the only two, I think.
Okay. Well, are we also the only two that saw when Dr. Heavenly was talking to Apollo and he said his wife was not coming?
Yep, we're the only two.
Oh, okay. So we just in the boat alone on that one.
All alone. Alone.
Got it. I'm like, I saw the footage. I know I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy. We both saw the footage. We were both in the same timeline at the same time and saw the exact same footage. I don't know what other timeline these other people were on.
I don't know.
They're sitting here acting like Phaedra was somehow set up. Oh, I don't know. A whole alternative timeline.
No, the thing that happened is Phaedra invited Apollo on the show because she felt like that could be a storyline for her because everybody knows the mystery between her and Apollo and her and Kandi are the two biggest, and we know her and Kandi isn't going to happen. So the next best thing is Apollo. But what she failed to realize is Apollo, as fine as he may be, is a scammer, and he can play the game, Phaedra, better than you.
Yes.
So when he found out your shenanigans, you thought your messy ass ex-husband wasn't going to get up here and give it to you 10 times fold. You're crazy and you're delusional. She bit off more than she could chew. I don't see why anybody else is placing blame on anybody else on the cast. She invited him on the show. So once you invite him on the show, he's fair game. And
that's what I'm saying, that part. And it's like, we're not hating on anything. She did this. And we're just saying that you did this, lady.
And that's such a terrible thing. Let us not make her hold herself accountable. As per usual.
As per usual. So what do you think about Bravo allowing her to not show up after setting their best show on fire. Like she doesn't have to answer for any of the like salacious, malicious narratives that she's leaving behind on the best show on Bravo. Like it's weird that they would allow her to like do that and just move on. Like, I don't know. What do you think about that?
Desperation. The shows are sinking, and they feel like they have to find anything that they can do. They're grasping the air at this point, and clearly they are if they're talking about bringing Phaedra Parks back.
Right.
You have to be gasping for air. So I feel like they're gasping for air at this point. So they're just trying out anything. Because, I mean, think about it. She gave nothing on Married to Medicine. Nothing at all. They didn't cast her originally for Roa. They only brought her in after the big dogs were removed. So now y'all trying to bring her in thinking that her freaking frat can do their little thing again and spark back up the show. But people, they don't understand that people are not here for Phaedra anymore. The only place that we're here for her is traders. And that's it. And she didn't even do a lot then. She read somebody down maybe twice on Traders, and that was it. But other than that, what did she do on Girl Trip? I don't even think she did anything on the Ultimate Girl Trip either. So I don't know what they're trying to pull with this whole Phaedra Parks mess, but I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. They're trying to revive her reality career, and it's not going in her favor, according to the fans.
I don't think so either. And based off of the what's it called? The trailers, they look weak sauce. Mm-hmm. I mean, what are we doing? A photo shoot, a music video, or a trailer for a reality show? I don't know, but it's not the first, it's not the last one, because it's more like the first two. We're not getting any like content as far as it goes, but it looks good. But there's no like actual thing for us to look forward to. Aside from looks. And I haven't heard anything in the trailer that any of the ladies says that's like, oh, I can't wait till that episode comes. You know what I mean?
Same. Exactly the same. I feel exactly the same. So that's why I said I feel like they're grasping at air when they're trying to get Phaedra back, because nobody's excited and up in arms about this new season of Roa. We're more invested in Potomac. Now, me personally, I love Salt Lake City.
Me too. That was excellent.
I absolutely love Salt Lake City. So people are more invested into other franchises at this point, because y'all have let it go down the drain so bad that people don't even trust the show anymore, in my opinion.
That's a good way to put it. We don't trust the show. Yep, they took our trust and they wasted it and threw it to the side and abused it in a way. I mean, because our precious views are precious because it's our time. It's our time away from either money, our family. It's a form of entertainment, and us giving them our precious commodity of time, and then them wasting it like that is we really don't trust them. We really don't. That's a perfect way of putting it.
Yeah, no. And we see what you're doing now. You put the most untrustworthy person, and you feel like she's going to be the one to bring the show back. And then you have to think about, what are y'all doing it behind? Y'all brought her to Married to Medicine because y'all thought she was going to revive that show off of a lie, based off of her dating a doctor that nobody ever met.
He was a blur.
She was a blur.
Yeah.
I didn't even pay attention to facial expressions at this point. I'm over it.
So yeah, because it's interesting that I'm like, so she can practice those because they're all redone. They're all the same now. It's like again.
And y'all see, they see the reviews that people are giving Married to Medicine when it comes to Phaedra. Nothing at all. So y'all seen that this person who y'all just brought to revive one show and shit flopped, y'all want to bring her back to this one that's already a sinking ship. Y'all just ready to blow that mother up, huh?
Right. It's anything to not address Nene. They could do their whole everything would turn around. Real Housewives of Atlanta would put itself back in the crown jewel of reality TV where it belongs if they did right by NeNe Leakes. Their refusal to even entertain her is why they're having this run to Portia, Cynthia, everybody but NeNe in an effort to appease the blacks.
Come on. Come on.
To appease us. They're giving us all her adjacents so that we can shut the fuck up the way Dr. G wants us to, you know? And I'm like, nope, it's not enough for me. It's not enough. Portia, I was not anti-Portia when she took Simon, because I was like, okay, Fallon really was with child with the pool boy. So she didn't steal that man to me. That wasn't a steal situation. That was another man got my wife pregnant. Therefore, I'm free to do whatever I want to do. But now I'm feeling like, what? I don't know what she's doing this for. It feels like very plotted to even get back on the show. Why did you quit? To travel the world for a year, to come back to get a divorce. It just feels really fake and manufactured. That's not enough to make me watch. I was definitely not going to watch after what Ken did, because I was like, this isn't Love and Hip Hop. Or it's not that show that Tommy just pulled the gat out on. Did you see that? There's a Natalie Nunn show where Tommy Lee went out on the reunion stage and Rolly was there and all the baddies and stuff. And Tommy pulled up and pulled out a gat, y'all. Did you see it? Oh my gosh. I put it in our chat.
I had to think about it. Yes, I did.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Oh my gosh. So it's not that type of show. We're not into that over here, you know? And Cynthia, there's only so many times you can dust off Cynthia's cheekbones, you know? And Phaedra, especially after leaving the Married to Medicine, I'm not interested in nothing Phaedra has to offer over there. Nothing.
At all. At all. And
they're missing the mark.
They are. And when it comes to Portia, I honestly feel like Portia had an inside tip on Simon. I really, truly believe that, because like you said, it's just not making sense. You get this man, travel around the world just to get a divorce. I feel like she knew something was in the works when it came to him. So she got with him, got what she could, and then she bowed out gracefully. Yeah. And he did the same thing. You got with her for your own reasons. You had your eye candy. I think she got what she wanted. He got what he wanted. But in the end, she ended up kicking his a little bit more, because she left out of the relationship with more than she put in. But other than that, I think she had a tip on it. I don't think it was genuine from the start. I think it was strategic on Portia's end. I think it was extremely strategic. She did what she had to do, and it got her back on the show.
It did. But why did she leave, though?
Now that's a good question. I'm at
that's a big burning question.
Because
she was all, I'm going to go be a housewife and a homemaker, but then she just traveled. So why did you leave the show to come back to the show so you could get divorced? It's just, I don't know.
Do you think it was anticipation? Like she wanted us to miss her, and then she go do her big one, and she knew it was going to blow up, which would put her back in the Bravo scene, which would make her now the highest paid housewife. Was it all within her plan?
Is she that smart? Oh my God. Is Portia the sharpest knife in the drawer?
Because, you know, the people who act stupid, I don't know if y'all are watching Traitors this season.
Yeah, Caroline.
Yes. She act like she's slow, but when it came down to it, she was handling business.
She was. But I was so glad that Danielle got her first, even though I don't know that Danielle is going to make it. I was so glad Danielle got her first.
I was too. It was just something I was worried. Her. And if you want to talk about faces, she gave way more faces than Phaedra did.
That's true. Oh my God.
She gave way more faces than Phaedra. So, again, now I can't even say that Phaedra is killing traitors now.
Yeah. Because, oh my gosh. Somebody better win an Emmy. That's all I know.
Exactly.
Right?
Hey,
Hi,
CJ.
everybody who came in. CJ Hardy came in. Let's see. Tammy's in the house. Lyric Song is in the house. Kelsey's in the house. Miss Kiki came back. Right on. Thank you guys. And Kathy, no, it's okay. Look, I'm already getting car insurance commercials on here. I don't know that you can get much lower than that, but yeah, go ahead, put peen in the. I say peen. I'm allowed to say peen. It's not the full word, I thought, but you're saying that the freaking comment disappeared because of peen in there, huh?
Well, no, I was telling her to say peen because she said the full word out.
Oh yeah, they'll take that off. Yeah,
Yep,
say
and they,
peen.
yep, and that's why I was telling her say peen instead because they're gonna take it off. Like her comment was top tier. I was just telling her so it can show in the chat. Just say
Yeah.
peen instead of that one because YouTube filter out certain comments if it's not within their guidelines. That's
And
all.
isn't it interesting that anatomy is a guideline violation?
Right.
Like it's literally a body part. That's the biological name for a body part. Yet it's an issue. But
Right.
we are all of a sudden in a world where there's definitely only two genders here. So you have to identify that because you have one of those, but you can't say it on YouTube.
That's insane to me.
Oh my
Absolutely
gosh.
insanity.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So there was another thing. Let's see what your thoughts are on this. Toya, the Toya of it all. How do you feel about Toya's messy ass, zero accountability Toya, toxic Toya, the day drinker? How do you feel about her with her pots and kettles comment talking about we can't say we're not mean girls? And I'm like, I feel like he one of the meanest girls on this show against everybody, whether it's holding grudges against Quad, whether it's holding grudges against Heavily, whether it's not wanting to deal with Simone that year. Remember when her and Mariah got into a physical altercation. So I feel like, oh, and then she like pounced on Audra. She brought somebody to beat up Anila. You know what I mean? Like Toya gets away with a lot for her to be pointing out the meanness of the group. What are your thoughts?
Toya does. She do. Now, the only thing with this clip that I'm hoping for is that she's holding herself accountable as well. When she say we all, hopefully she's included in that we all, and she's trying to start a bigger conversation because perhaps she see where the show is going. That's what I'm hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm hoping for. But she knows she's messy, like Dr. Heavenly said. Toya was the one who was like, I feel uncomfortable, Dr. G. You feel uncomfortable? Like, wait a minute.
Well, and that's, oh my gosh. So I feel like Dr. Eugene and Toya are kind of Dr. G sympathizers at this point because she was quite concerned for how an abuser might be feeling. And then in the trailer, we see Dr. Eugene being concerned for Dr. G's position in the group. And oh, what about Dr. G? He's part of this group too, even though we just witnessed him abuse everybody and try to start a fight. He's part of the group too. What about him? So it just feels like they're very sympathetic towards this abuser dude.
And that's absolutely insane to me. Again, I don't understand what is the fixation on Dr. G.
Oh my gosh, so beautiful. We love Bianca. She put a game on camera.
I know I'm not at home, y'all. I'm at my man's house. He's renovating, and I had to wait till he left so I could get comfortable in position. But I'm over it. What were we talking about? Because I sure just forgot that quick.
Dr. G and Toya and Dr. Eugene supporting Dr. G and Toya supporting Dr. G, being sympathizers with his kind of abusing things.
So this is the part where, in my opinion, we can go back to Quad and how she felt. Because the only reason why they brought Dr. G back has to be to antagonize Quad. Because Dr. G isn't giving. His wife isn't giving. Her sister isn't giving. Her mother isn't giving. What are we getting out of these people the reason why y'all brought them to the show. Dr. G, Lipton, and Phony Phae Phae. They're all there for no reason. To me, they didn't serve a purpose.
Right. Why were they there?
So I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Right.
Y'all are trying to build another downfall to yet another show. And then everybody want to get mad at Dr. Heavenly. Well, in my opinion, she's the only person who's carrying the show at this point. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? If it wasn't for her and her messiness, y'all show wouldn't be here for, hey, it's Franklin. And his life. So what are we doing?
What are we doing, y'all? It's like the level of Delulu. Like, okay, so if Dr. Heavenly wasn't on the show, what would have happened this season? Nothing.
Nothing at all. What would have happened is we wouldn't have been tuning in.
And I love the way that Quad is showing up. And I love how cathartic it must be for real. It must be a true healing journey, especially after what she endured last season. And give it to Quad. Can we talk about what a good sport Quad is? Because she did endure last season. She did. And she doesn't need, I don't even think it was like, oh, she need the money. How Sweet Tea is always saying, oh, she need the money. That's the only reason. No, I feel like she just wasn't going to be pushed off of what she helped build. And if she didn't have to be. It wasn't like production tried to make her leave the way they did Mariah. It was the ladies going against her. Production loves Quad.
Yes.
They love her. You know, it was the ladies going against her. So I also feel like having Quad have this real life opportunity to like say what she needs to say to the person who pained her. Do you know how healing that is? Do you know how much cancer you won't get saying it to the person that gave it to you instead of holding that shit in?
Come on. And then let's be clear. At first, she was being cutesy. She was playing around. Now, we all know that she was feeling her alcohol a little bit. We understand. But up until the point where it got messy, she wasn't saying anything that was just outside of the norm. Yeah. Like, she wasn't saying anything that Sweet Tea wasn't back there cackling and laughing about. And then when Dr. G said he had enough, when she started talking about that 15 times a week.
15 times a week, bouncing on the wood, 15 times a week. I know she wish she could. Yeah.
That's exactly what Quad said. You need to do it a little bit more than that.
She's like, oh, we're doing IVF too. It's 15 times a week over here. What you doing too? No, you need to do it a little more.
And then
that was perfect.
Talking about how this man has showed me he's the perfect father. And this is what made me want to have a child for him. God has prepared him for me.
She was giving us an entire word. And just like Cecil told Dr. Pancakes the next morning, he said, if you don't talk about me the way she talk about King, this ain't nothing.
Exactly.
And you know, him up. So she was taking good notes. But you know, okay, let's visit this for a minute. Because Quad and Cecil have had a relationship, which is really interesting because he's actually been instrumental in trying to get her and Simone back on the same page. But now to find out that he's been entertaining Dr. G this whole time, and then how he said the statement about Dr. G got an upgrade, and how he already knew, though, that Quad was dating somebody else. I'm kind of like, what?
That was
that's interesting. That's really because also Quad's energy towards him isn't how it is towards Simone and Toya, who say they want her to be around. But I was giving her a pass on, well, why would she go over their house if their dudes are entertaining Dr. G? But Cecil's one of the biggest entertainers of Dr. G.
Yeah.
So now I'm a little like, okay, how does that relationship continue if you have been entertaining this dude all this time? And he was also sitting there trying to explain it away to King when it got revealed that Sweet Tea was not the only one getting cussed out by Dr. G. That he was one of those shut the fucks up. This was for King's girl too, you know? And Eugene and Cecil immediately were trying to, you know, instead of tell G, shut the fuck up yourself, man, you don't talk to women that way, they were trying to, like, you know, acquiesce and excuse a little, make some room, some space for this treatment of this Black woman. And now it's just dawning on me while we're talking about that and the logic behind that, and that these professional doctor men, I mean, if the people in our community are still upset at what they say Dr. Jackie alleged, which I was on that live, I was fine with what she says. And, you know, I can make anything about race. I can. And I did not take it even with the idiom of anything except for she was having a fun conversation. I didn't take it that it was malicious. I didn't take it that it meant that she didn't listen to us. I didn't take it like that. But now that I'm thinking about these relationships behind the scenes, I'm wondering what it could possibly be. I don't know. Maybe Toya just really doesn't like her. And maybe Simone just really doesn't like her. Maybe there is something about Cecil that's very endearing, because even Dr. Heavenly is like, oh, Cecil, that's my dude. Out of everybody, Cecil, you know?
Maybe
so
messy. Maybe Cecil is telling Dr. G he upgraded to somebody that was more on his level, because him and Quad.
You mean on his level? No.
So maybe. Y'all know I got a call. Hold on. Don't make me laugh.
I'm sorry.
On his level.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Quad, it's just not there. And now he's upset because he see how Quad and King, when they present themselves together as one, fine and fine.
Ooh, wee. Where they are? There they are.
Look at Franklin, and then you get Brainy. I don't know if y'all remember Hey Arnold when Helga was that little person like in the face, because he used to be.
Yes.
That's PT. That's sitting there. And then Dr. G sitting up there looking like Franklin the damn turtle. And then these two walk into the scene. See, what happened was y'all came on here and y'all thought y'all ate because you were Quad's ex-husband. You have this new young wife that's vibrant and ready to have a baby. And then Quad said, checkmate. I'm going to hide my man for a year, because when I pop out with him, I'm going to pop out. And when she popped out, she did. She gave him a show. She gave him a show. And now Dr. G can't even keep his composure. And he wanted to sit up here and say King is the reason why he had to file. No, sir. No, his attitude is the reason why you was about to lose your job. Because you ain't together. So how are you going to guide people into keeping it together when you can't even do it?
Sad day. A sad day. And then how they're all, oh, let us leave because let's go have sexy time by ourselves. Please, nothing you're saying is computing, lady. Nothing.
Not at all.
Nothing. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on my cooler theory, Bianca?
You said your what theory?
On my cooler theory about Phaedra being like a cooler of some, like, how did she come to the best show on Bravo and muck it up and now she's leaving? I'm just like, it's just mucked up. This isn't what we signed up for. All these bringing in Walters and fake peen boys and trying to have, because I feel like she was really trying to set up Apollo.
Yes.
She was coming. Apollo didn't know Sheik was coming until he did. She brought Sheik thinking Apollo wasn't going to find out, and then tried to create animosity with the mere thing. Why are you concerned with who I'm dating? He didn't sound concerned to me. It sounded like he was just being like, well, you said you didn't know, and da-da-da-da. It's not concern. It's just, now that you two are together in my face, I'm going to get these lies straight. That's what's concerning, is the number of lies coming towards me from you people.
100% agree. 100% agree. But this is true Phaedra fashion. She'll go in, F up the narrative, and then when the narrative kick her in her ass, she want to sit up here and cry and run and say she not coming back. This is what you created. You can't sit up here and tell me that this man just popped out of nowhere, this shit guy. Just popped out of nowhere. First of all, even if, let's just say, y'all, we went to a blind date together, an event. I meet this man. This man is not finna be all over me, picking me up, grabbing my booty cheeks. He's not about to be doing all of that when we first met. When they said they were a match, he picked her up in that little leopard suit and pranced around the room in a circle. That means you already knew who he was, and he was there for an agenda. And the agenda was because a couple of episodes prior to, Dr. Heavenly told you that she invited Apollo to the trip, and you knew he knew Apollo, and you wanted to get your get back with Apollo. But everybody mad about Quad getting her get back at her ex-husband, who's actually present on the show.
And can you tell the people how weird it is that he's like, oh, I know your husband and I know your ex-husband and his wife, but who are you? He was like, I don't know you, but I know your ex. How did that conversation even finish?
It was a whole lie. It didn't finish. They stopped filming it before the lies got exposed. Because it wasn't true. It was sounding real stupid. And I really feel like Shaq is the one who called Apollo. Because I feel like Shaq was the only one that was in the blind side because he's not a part of the show. Phaedra knew Apollo was coming. Everybody else on the show knew Apollo was coming. But nobody else on the show had access to Shaq. So when Shaq was there and he found out that Apollo was coming the next day, I feel like because he knew he had betrayed Apollo, he wanted to go ahead and clear face before Apollo got there. And he called Apollo, told Apollo that he was there with his ex-wife, but it's only for the show. And Apollo said, well, I'm not with my current wife right now. We split up. We going through a divorce. But if it's only for the show, I'm about to bring her now. That's what I think happened. I think
that sounds like the most logical thing ever. I love it. Yep. I thought that Jack did it too because he's the common denominator. He's the one that knows everybody. Yeah. And if Shaq, because remember, Shaq allegedly used to bone Shireen's sister.
Come on.
So that's community peen. And somehow it got back to them. And then, of course, Shireen is like, well, if Shaq gets camera time, then I'm getting camera time.
And we know she all for it because she appeared on The Real Housewives when he was locked up and still married to Phaedra.
Yeah.
And that's why Phaedra really mad. You mad because that made you look stupid. It's still standing here strong and irrelevant to this day. And what you don't want to do, Phaedra, while you sitting up here talking all your ish, I wish you would step to Shireen because Shireen look like she'll take you up out of there.
I believe Shireen is Palestinian, you guys. She has on her page, on her thing. So shout out to Free Palestine because so I think she can handle her own is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then going back to the conversation a little bit earlier, I don't think that Shireen was coming at Shaq in a type of way. I think she was just saying, hey, what's up? Like, what are you doing here? Because she know him. I don't feel like she was checking him or going in on him or going on deep end. She was just making conversation because she know him.
Right. I agree.
Feelings because she was mad that the side chick in her opinion showed up. But who was Mr.
Well, I think even that comment, why are you including that in the comment? Why did Phaedra feel the need to victimize herself? Because that victimized Phaedra. Oh, if this dude who I was married to is showing up with the woman who he left me for, and that's how she framed it. She didn't say that she left his ass high and dry in jail while he was serving time so she wouldn't have to. She didn't frame it like that. No, she framed it as she's a complete victim of adulterous situation as far as Apollo and this girl. But that's not how even Apollo and Shireen frame it. Let them tell it. And Shireen came on the scene telling Kandi and them that she dropped the ball. She wasn't there for him, so somebody had to be. And she picked up what Phaedra put down.
Exactly. And the thing with Phaedra is you're no different. You are no different from Apollo. You expected this man to come on the show and really just uproot you, but you have to remember where y'all left off.
Right.
Apollo know the game better than, like I said, Apollo was a better cat. He should have had a peach. He was a better cast member on Roa than Phaedra was.
Always.
She left off with throwing this man under the mud. Wouldn't let the kids see him, talking crap about him, doing all this, knowing that allegedly you was down dirty with him in the first place. And then you just up and left him high and dry. So you expect him to come on this show and be loyal to you, and you the one who invited him here? You're slow. What type of attorney are you? Something's not clicking to me. Phaedra is just I can't stand her. And Apollo said, you got me then, and I was off screen for years. You was the fool to invite me back to get you back at your own game. And Apollo won because she left on the jet in tears and did not come back. And then tried to blame Dr. Heavenly. Why? Because she's the most controversial within the social media world.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Heavenly haven't did anything worse than you have.
Right.
She ain't lied on nobody. So let's not go there. Let's not do that. I can't stand Phaedra. I'm sorry to everybody in chat who absolutely love phony Phae Phae. I do truly apologize. I love y'all, and we can agree to disagree. But yeah. I can't stand the hooker. I can't. This is the same one who brought the man who can dip his own peen into somebody's damn drink and slurp it off of his own self.
Yeah. And is that Bolo? Is that Bolo? Or was that another long dick man she knew?
That was another one there. I remember him. I think he was chocolate and bald head.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we know she likes her chocolate. You haven't been up here to talk about even the stolen sweet and savory event. Was that given to you?
Which event?
What Sweet Tea did for because I felt like it was like Pimps and Hoes audition. It kind of gave me like that scene in the Mac where they had the Pimps convention and all the hoes and the pimps were in one place. Especially when that guy put out that little gift bag full of money on the table in his fake Versace shirt. I was like, it's totally given like Superfly, but not, and then the girls, and then her and her whole access to the money brand, I don't know. What were your thoughts on that thing?
I don't think anybody that night made a connection. I think it was an epic fail. I don't even know why Sweet Tea is over here talking about she coaching women on how to date older men.
Yeah, like what gives her, just because she married him doesn't mean it's a success.
Because it's not. Look at how she was whining and flailing around. I got to go find him. First of all, husband or not, you talk to me like Gregory talked to Sweet Tea, and then you're going to do it in front of people and on camera? And then you think I'm going to be running around this resort chasing and looking for you? Sweet Tea, let's stop. You look a fool. You look a whole fool and a half. When we were on, I don't know if you were there that day on Richie's channel when she dropped in the chat, and she was like, she said something about King, and she was like, if I was Quad, I would have checked him. I said, girl, you want to check the great. You would not have, because if you would have, if you were about that life, Dr. G wouldn't be sitting up here talking to you and treating you like he did. When y'all got in that hotel room, you couldn't utter a word. And then he stormed out on you. You calling him, he's not answering your phone calls. You're chasing
I feel like
him.
that was more emotional abuse to not answer her phone call like that afterwards. to not engage her after he treated her like that, humiliated her. I'm like, is he trying to get a spinoff? Was this a humiliation ritual? Like, I'm not sure because he was doing a lot, and so many people are excusing that. And for it to be on a TV show where other Black professionals seem to be excusing that, I feel like it's setting Black people up to be treated like that by other people who aren't like us, and even within us. And it's further of that whole school days kind of thing, like just like the inner animus of Black culture doesn't have to be portrayed like that. And why are they showing me that instead of showing me why Phaedra left crying? Like, I would have much rather see that. I would have much rather see Phaedra leave crying than watch them condone Dr. G's treatment. I would have rather heard about how bad it was instead of me witness, in my opinion, allegedly, physical, verbal, and emotional abuse. I witnessed it, and then I witnessed it be excused. I witnessed nobody do nothing about it. Why didn't they show us Cecil do something about it? That would have been something to show. That would have been what to show to do in real life. If you see a bitch getting poked by her dude with a board in front of everybody, step to that fool and be like, don't do that. Don't treat a woman like that. You know what I mean? But why did they edit it in a way where all we saw is abuse, and now all we're seeing is condoning of said abuse and having to hear about, you get it.
They were doubling down on the BS. So what I feel like they were doing was having quiet back in a sense, because it was showing the people how Dr. G really act behind closed doors, how he really can't control his tempers and emotions. It was showing how everything that Quiet said about him is true. It's just coming to the light. Then it doubled down on Sweet Tea, because you sitting up here talking all this crap. You taking up for this man. He talked to you like this. He treats you like this. And then you sitting up here running behind him like this. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, Pam. No, Ham. No, Sam. There would have not been words. My man would have got back to that room, and I would have been in another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you would have been the one to leave. He wouldn't have got the opportunity to walk out of shit. He would have been getting cussed out all the way up the elevator, the way he was cussing her out up the elevator. The manager would have had to come and be like, ma'am, don't make us call security. I would have been like, no, you need security because this nigga lost his mind. Did you hear how he was talking to me?
The first time I would have felt it would have.
Yes.
You are poking.
Yes.
Don't you put your hands on me. That's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna. First of all, we're not gonna portray that as. First of all, you are a psych, whatever you are. You are a doctor, and you're sitting up here showing people that this is okay. You're gonna sit up here and poke me with a damn board, telling me to shut the fuck up. You got me fucked up.
Right.
You get is
that part.
You be tapping me with a board up and bop you upside your damn head. You better move. Don't touch me if you ain't trying to get none.
Right?
Don't touch me. Don't. So I feel like that just doubled down on how Dr. G's character is and how Lipton's character is.
Yes.
So, and Lipton, that's why you got so much anger towards these women and so much anger towards Quad and Dr. Heavenly, because they've been telling you this whole time, this who your man is, and you choose not to believe it. And now you're so defensive because you looking stupid. And then on top of you looking stupid because we see it, they're calling you out for it. So you looking stupid double time. And the only people who you give that energy to is them, because for him, you trying to get access to the money.
Access to the money. But then gets mad whenever somebody says, oh, you just want the money. This is sugar baby. So that's the definition of a sugar relationship, is that one is supplying money in turn for the sugar. Duh. And so she's all access to the money, but then she tries to say this isn't a sugar baby, sugar daddy relationship, and she's freaking lying.
I don't know, Larger. I don't know. Because if you think about it, the people was comparing her outfits that she had the Quad's first season, and we go back to the seasons and look at it. We be like, "Whoo, they've grown." So, what type of access to the money are you getting, and you still looking like that? And not like looking like that physically, as in facial appearance or body appearance, but each season, like the first season, people have a rough season. But the next season, Dr. Wendy, for example, the next season, Dr. Wendy came back fabulous and she ain't dropped a beat since. She saw how she looked on camera. As always, we can go Kandi, Phae, all of them, even Phaedra. Look at her when she was lying about her pregnancy, sitting up there looking like Mr. Ed. And now she got these wigs, makeup, outfits done. Sweet Tea, you ain't caught on yet. You still look like your first season. You still act like your first season. And it seems as though your season should have been never. I don't think she can handle it. And Dr. G is definitely not the person for her to go through it with, because he's not going to add anything to that poor, but stress to that poor woman, as he's been doing. He's worried about the wrong thing. He looking at Quad in her bathing suit, and then he looking at Sweet Tea, and then poking Sweet Tea with the board, telling her to hush. When she's taking up for you.
Anything, they all just sat there. And then, like, but they let us think that's what happened. But we know from Dr. Heavenly, the opposite of that happened. And that's kind of scary that they would purposefully leave these professionals in the editing of the narrative that Phaedra's even trying to write about them. I don't appreciate that.
Right.
Because I feel like, we need to protect our favorite show, like, I mean, it's not that serious, probably. I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into it. And at the same time, I have a friend that's traveling abroad and has encountered racism in places where their only exposure to Black people is entertainment and stereotypes, and believe that they have rights to space of that Black person, or that Black person needs to get treated a certain way because of that. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like it does matter in a big way ultimately, because we know that it shows the world how to interact. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you guys.
No, I definitely understand what you're saying. It's just not for Sweet Tea and G. I'm just not getting it, y'all. I'm not here for it. I haven't seen the win yet. I haven't seen the time where Sweet Tea came in and shut it down. It's like she always tends to pop off when she's not supposed to. We can go back to when they had that trip last year and she popped off on Dr. Jackie. You didn't even give Dr. Jackie, if she would have done it when Dr. Jackie would have slick side shaded her like Dr. Jackie do, okay. But you came out the blue, out of the air, out of nowhere with it. You don't know how to play the game.
Yeah.
You don't know how to play the game.
She's definitely a noob. She says the first thing that comes to her on the schoolyard, and it's not exactly the right sentence in the right order. Like, she'll say it out of order. That's what it is. It's out of order. Like when you first learn a word and your comprehension isn't that high. And so you'll like use it in like the wrong sequence kind of thing.
And make yourself look stupid. And then you'll get mad at the people on the cast because their clapback is a little bit better than what yours was.
Right. Then they're mean and being bullies and out to get you. And yeah.
But we struck first.
That's the thing too. I'm like, are we watching the show?
She struck first.
And continues.
Like, what do people not see? Even if I like somebody, I can call them out when they're wrong. People could tell me when I'm wrong, because sometimes I can tend to be a little bit of a hothead. So I can be wrong at times. And if you're my friend, I expect you to pull me to the side and be like, hey, friend, now you know you're doing too much, right? Sweet Tea seems like she's not that person that is receptive of that type of information, because she still hasn't gotten it right. If she was, she would have it right by now.
Right.
And it's not there.
Sweet Tea started it, Lyric says. Let me put it back up. She made the first comment. She said Quad and King was lying about the number of times they had sex in a week. Scott also dabbed King up for putting Quad to sleep. Yeah,
Indeed.
like so we start, and then she also started it. That's the other thing. I wish
And keep
they'd stop getting in these interviews in real time and lying. They're just such freaking liars. Her and Contessa been going around just like Phae Phae, doing interviews, like rewriting history like they're in Trump's administration and freaking acting like we didn't just see what we saw. But like totally taking zero accountability and still painting this narrative like the ladies are currently mean, not
what?
like
Contessa too?
yes, oh my gosh. She's been doing freaking interviews lately. And when Dr. Heavenly, because Dr. Heavenly always comes up, she's like, oh yeah, she's obsessed with me. You know, she's really mean to me. And she's always bringing up my husband, like still with the same thing. And I'm like, the show isn't like that serious, is it? We all know the truth. So for her to still be like, I'm like, whoa. And then for Sweet and Sour to be in interviews, still saying stuff to this day that's like, she could keep it cute. She could. She could keep it cute. But to this day, to be in interviews, talking trash, you know, that's a certain thing that comes with time too, though. I think with like franchises and housewives and the participants of celebrity is like you might come in hot at first, but the longer you decide to be in it, the more you decide to let shit go sooner. You know what I mean?
Yes.
She's in the habit right now of carrying dead horses. She thinks they go with all her outfits. She just pulls out a dead horse every now and again. And it's something that we thought was over, but no, she needs to bring it up again, you know. So, but anyway, yeah, but she's still doing it to this day on her YouTube or on her interviews, still trying to rewrite history like they're the bad ones. And we're like, we see you.
I didn't even know Contessa had a YouTube. That's how disengaged and detached I am from her. She literally put out there what she was going through with her husband. She put it out there. People commented on it. That is fair game. And if somebody can say, you are the one who said that your husband say things to you that are demeaning, that's abuse. Excuse me. So for you to sit up here and say Dr. Heavenly is carrying on with this narrative, she is. She absolutely is. She's carrying out the narrative that you put out there. And now you mad at her for putting the narrative out there? Or is your bully husband allegedly the one who's making you get at Dr. Heavenly for making him look a fool? Any man that is, how old is Scott?
I don't know. They're both in their 40s at least, right? Like maybe.
Any man that's 40 plus and sitting up here rapping like a toddler is a problem for me. That you got to be something wrong. Something wrong. You 40 and you sitting up here, dun 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 dun. No, sir. And then you that people come at you and your man for this foolishness y'all putting down. Don't nobody want to see this ABC 1, 2, 3 bullshit. We don't have time for it. Ish. I'm sorry, y'all. Misspell your curse words in the chat here. Boy-ish. It's ridiculous. I cannot with these people. And for the viewers, I'm like, are we all seeing different things? Are y'all seeing, like, are we seeing the, you know how for Love and Marriage, we had to see the Bravo version. I mean the E version to get
and then you see the other version. Yeah, the Philo version.
Are we seeing two different versions of the show? Y'all let me know. Cause I watch it every day on the regular Bravo. And I thought this is what they showed on the regular one.
Right.
So what am I missing that y'all are missing, or what's happening? Because I don't understand what's going on here. I don't even understand why any of this is up for battle.
That part.
Fact. Right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care if I like you, even if I like Dr. Heavenly. Everything that she do, I don't agree with.
Right.
But that don't make her a bad person. And which could be said the same about other people, but they don't know how to play the game.
Right. It is, and I feel like that could be as simple as it is. They're playing the game. At least the way Dr. Heavenly plays the game, I feel like she plays it honest, which is a really good defense to me. And she's straight and it's funny. And she keeps it moving and she lets it go fast. Like that's the formula, you know? And she doesn't take a lot personal. She's not like sitting around crying about what these people say, you know? And they say a lot. They've been talking about, and then this whole narrative about, oh, they don't let the new girls in, and she's leaving saying, so the person who gave nothing, like a flat line when something's dead, it gives nothing. All the whole time. For her to sit her ass up here and act like her nothing wasn't the reason that she didn't connect with these wonderful women.
Come on.
And leave like this. Look how she left, y'all. Look. He said, open your legs. At least he had bass in his voice. G would have said, open your legs. Open your legs. Sweet tea. Letitia.
Let me tell you something. I hear that man voice, see that man face, let him drop down them damn drawers, shriveled up prune down there. Him ain't not now juice flowing. Not a one.
Dry.
It's not happening.
That's what they should show on TV is him getting checked. That's what we need to see. Let that become the new storyline, and then we can get off the fact that she found out on a show that she sent a baby emoji to. She found out on after she sent it. And I'm not saying everybody needs to know everything, but if you sending out promises, that was a form of a written contract. I'm sorry.
She was
making a proposition as to what she could provide if he returned the DM. I personally am not saying she should have done this. I'm just saying for me, if I was ever inclined to reach out and send an emoji with a baby, I would have been positive that I didn't have something that I couldn't have a baby from. I would have been positive. I would have already had that checked. So just in case, so you wouldn't say I bait and switched your ass. Because that's against the law too. People around the country get freaking divorced all the time because they weren't what they presented. They get that shit annulled quick in a hurry. They'll get like, no, you're not my missus after all. You know?
Exactly. And we all know why she did it. Everybody in unison can say it. She just wanted access to the money. But that's all she wanted. That was her end game. That was her end game. But what ended up happening was you ended up looking a fool, a whole fool and a half, because you did not play your cards right. You didn't even come on here, even if you came on here and you noticed that you had these struggles and you couldn't have a baby. What were you giving for us to stay interested in your storyline? We're over the baby storyline at this point because we over you and Dr. G. So that comes with everything that y'all bring. We over y'all.
Yeah.
Over it. I'm trying not to say the wrong things and sound insensitive.
Right.
But baby line, it is what it is. If y'all do, y'all do. Y'all don't, y'all don't.
Who sent the message?
Y'all been giving.
Yeah, they're crazy. Okay, I didn't get the message yet, Mamere. I didn't get the message yet. I don't know. I just refreshed. I didn't get it yet, but I'll look at it when I get it. I think he's trying to be a positive mediator among everyone in the group because sometimes you need that in a friend group. That's true. When you said chic, I kept thinking Shrek. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Shireen needs to shut up. Her and Apollo is legally divorced, living in the same home. Actually, the divorce has not happened yet. They're not supposed to go to court, I believe, until like March 14th or 24th. I thought it had something with the 4 in it, from what Apollo said, after Shireen did file for divorce on February 7th, and we're on February 22nd. So it was recently. And in the divorce filing, she said that they signed a document in October 2024, so some months ago, that recognized they were being separated but living in the same domicile until such time as they found alternate dwellings, until they each found alternate dwellings. So, yeah. Yes, he was doing too much with Phaedra, and he just met her. That's what I'm saying. Like, really? Really, Phaedra? You go from all prim and proper and, oh, I'm a lady. Oh, and like prayer cloths. I mean, I know you dress like Cardi B's, but you act like a prude very often. And until you don't, which is your prerogative as a woman. Hey, I'm not knocking that. But it's like it's giving thirst all of a sudden. Like, because you have not said nothing for 2 seasons, done anything for 2 seasons. And then you haven't brought nobody around except for Apollo. So people need to check themselves on somebody else bringing Apollo somewhere, because she brought Apollo, dusted him off. She was like, took him right off the shelf, dusted that nigga off. And then she pulled him out when she needed to. She didn't bring anything but Apollo, you guys. And now she's leaving straddled to a man that would tell her, open your legs. Who she just met, who she knows her father's children, who she knew was coming to the trip, who she thought was going to be by himself. But everybody else is the problem.
And let's just say, I have to say this because I just thought about something when you were talking. Let's just say that Apollo did show up by himself. We going back to messy Toya, which is why I don't feel bad for Toya being messy this season, because wasn't Toya the one who was like, excuse me, wasn't she the one that was like, so what he's gonna be, uncle? You're okay with dating a man that your kids call uncle? Make it make sense.
But everybody else is a mean girl. I think she's mad at how that looks too. That made sense. You know, you can't even have a retort for that. That's perfect. That sums it up right there. You're going to be dating somebody that calls this person uncle.
And that's how we know she knew who Shake was. And that's how we know she knew exactly what she was doing in messy Phaedra Parks. Like, come on, y'all. Come on. I know y'all like Phaedra, but if we can call the people that we like out, like I love Auntie Karen. If I can call Auntie Karen out, y'all got to start holding Phaedra accountable, because it's not going to be until she step up to the plate, address what she did, take ownership for it, and then move like a soldier accordingly, that she'll gain a little bit respect. But until then, she ain't got nothing from me.
Apollo and Serena's divorce. Y'all get caught up in this, folks. Can't stand strong words. Stranger you don't know. Yeah, they're just words. We're just over here having fun. Everything's alleged in our opinions and for entertainment purposes. Nothing is going to make us get high blood pressure or blow a gasket. We're just having fun conversation. I always acknowledge that I do say stuff with a tonality that might incite some type of feeling that might be conveyed. Is like maybe you think that I'm angry, but I'm not angry. This is not angry. And even when I do seem like really loud about it, it's still very not angry. Ask my kids and husband what anger is up in here. Okay, so it's not really like that. I just like having fun. Okay, so we're woosah. It's all good.
And I'm a debater, so if anybody come to me with an opposing opinion, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on how I feel. So it may sound like I'm aggressive, as they say on the Housewives show, but it's not that. Not that at all, y'all. It's all in love. We just have strong opinions about the shows that we watch. Hence, why we're here. We want to hear those opinions.
Let me see. I just saw that. I just saw this comment. Is she still playing? Wonder what she's talking about, Dr. Heavenly.
Uh-oh.
Let's see. Yep,
I didn't see an alert. Wait a minute.
Started 28 minutes ago.
People keep saying the same thing. It's not original. Anybody that says Mean Girls, they're bought. Look at they don't have any followers. They don't have any. And the ones that do are just people that are following, and they always private. Look at it. It's hundreds of them out there saying it because she's running a campaign. We're not me.
I'm gonna rewind it, you guys. She is live right now.
Dennis, you go to, and they have like the same teeth, and you know their teeth because the way they look,
Right
they file. You know what I'm saying? Quad has to get out there and tell a whole story, and you know what I mean? But I'm telling you what happened.
Is that too fast?
Episode, right? That's where I'm at. Now, understand this. This is my point of view. This is what I see. I'm not filming with the other people. And a lot of times on TV, some of the stuff is the first time I ever see it. I ain't filming with them. When the people in the elevator talking to their man, I've never seen that before because I wasn't around, right? I don't talk to them people. I keep up with Simone, of course, Quad. I keep up with Jackie, of course. And I really, I talk to Toya on and off. I don't have no beef with Toya, but I don't talk to her that often. And I really like Dr. Mimi. Dr. Mimi is straightforward. She's sweet. And I think she's a good fit. I really do. And the people say it's not up to us, but it is. It is. Y'all can't come on our show and be violent. Y'all can't come on our show and push people. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. So when you connect with somebody, everybody's looking at you sideways that you don't have any self-control. Now, I'm reading the questions. Come on, slow the questions down. Baby, bring me a question. I'm sorry. Why Quentin Rucker? I can't do it. Why the fuck they just split tongues and play with God? You know what I'm saying? So now, the whole arch, I know what this is.
Here I come, Bianca.
You went to because I'm talking to different preachers and different.
Here, I'm gonna take this off now. There.
But if you come
I'm gonna share that. If it'll let me, let's see what's happening. We're removing this one. We're adding this one.
Y'all see the clips I put on Instagram?
Now,
those are the clips
come back.
That the people send to me. Bravo sends me those clips. I just haven't really been looking at them. And
come back, Bianca. What happened?
So I posted some of the clips, and the people had a lot of questions.
I removed the dark one from the screen, and your face disappeared.
What's going on? And I just said, the episode has not aired yet. So, I always try to stay within the episode. That's what I try to do, right? For example, if y'all ask me if King gets
arrested, see if we can hear it.
My thought process
audio check.
Things to say about yes, he's even been not into it. She's talking about it. I don't know. Quad has to get out there and tell a whole story, and you know what I mean.
Thanks, you guys.
I'm telling you what happened currently episode, right? That's right. Now, understand this.
Thanks, you guys.
This is my point of view. This is what I see. I'm not filming with the other people, and a lot of times on TV, some of the stuff is the first.
Can you hear it? Okay.
I ain't filming with them when the people in the elevator talking to their man. I've never seen that before because I wasn't around, right? I don't hear them people. I keep up with Simone, of course, Quad. I keep up with Jackie, of course, and I really, I talk to Toya on and off. I don't have no beef with Toya, but I don't talk to her that often. And I really like Dr. Mimi. Dr. Mimi is straightforward. She's sweet, And I think she's a good fit. I really do. And the people say it's not up to us, but it is. It is. Y'all can't come on our show and be violent. Y'all can't come on our show and push people. We don't do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. So when you connect with somebody, everybody's looking at you sideways that you don't have any self-control. Now, I'm reading the questions. Come on, slow the questions down, baby. Bring me a question. I'm speaking. Why Quentin Rucker? Why the fuck Phae you speaking in tongues and playing with God? Now, the problem with this is, depending on what church you went to, because I'm talking to different preachers, and different preachers have different things to say about that. I don't want to touch on it too much, but I will say this. I talked to my husband about it because he, I don't have that gift. I've never done that. I went to Creflo Dollar's church and they had us all out, and they had us like after the church trying to teach us how to speak in tongues and all of that. And they had you there and they wouldn't let you go until you spoke. So I did it so I could leave. So I don't really think I ever really have done that. My husband had that gift since he was a little boy. Now, he said initially it was uncontrollable. It just happened and he could not stop it. But now he can control it. Now, I know I trust him and what he's been through. He tells me that God can work through anyone. And I know Phaedra is a person of the church. So I don't think she would play with that. I really, really don't. Initially, I was thinking like, what the hell? You know what I mean? But now I'm thinking like, I got to take that back. I don't know. It is interesting that after all that happened, it's a gift. After all that happened. But I do know that some people do it and don't really have the gift. Now, I know that to be fact because I've seen people do it. But she did it so she could leave, LOL. I mean, I don't know. We're going to break through it. I don't know. Anyway, we got a super chat. What's the super chat say? No, I think they helped me a whole lot. Why does production tend to show you in a negative light? I don't think they do. In what fashion? Because honestly, if you think I'm in a negative light, honestly, I swear I'm just being myself. I speak what I think is truth. It might sound shady. I joke a lot, but
can you hear it? Okay, Bianca.
You looking at quad? Okay, I did eat that. I did bring sweet tea, but I wasn't the only one. We all did that, so I would eat that, right? And that's why I'm so team quad this season. If you watch the show and continue to watch it, I'm still indebted to quad because I did. But I am going to correct it. And y'all watch and see. Mark my words. If I bring you in, I can take you out. That's all I'm going to say about it. So mark my words. I messed up and she's right. Nobody would want their ex on it. I thought it was fun. I thought it was funny. You know what I mean? You don't think things through. But after we see two people with it, I wouldn't want that. I apologize. I apologize again and again. What I'm saying? I do. Is it good for ratings and you okay with it because I'm not? I think they show me the bad roots. In what fashion? What fashion? Do it right with me. Tell me what I look bad at. Because if y'all gonna say that I look bad for bringing sweet tea, we all brought sweet tea and that's been known if y'all watching it. You know what I'm saying? Sweet tea is a sweet girl. She really just is. She really is. She's just in a bad situation where she cannot control her emotions. She's hit several people, pushed several people. They've not shown it. And we just can't tolerate it if you cannot keep your composure. And I know it ain't easy. For example, she's new to this. She's much younger than us. We're well moved, way more versed than her. More intimidated. Of course, she feels insecure, if you will. So I understand it. However, if you're going to be in this room, you can't put your hands on people. You cannot put your all the stuff that happened with me and Contessa. She never once touched me. She never once touched me. That little girl, she's touched people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you gotta have self-control. You just really do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can curse people out. You can talk because that's allowed. And I think a lot of times when you're talking, you may say the wrong thing, but you can't touch me. Don't touch me. Why they lift our dog, man? I think that everyone gets an edit, and I think that 70% of the time, it's been said to me, 70% of the time they try to give you a good edit, and then 30% you may get a bad edit. I think they've been very easy on Sweet Tea and her husband, in spite of what y'all seen. I'm gonna say this again and again for everyone, not just them. when you look at the events and the arguments and stuff like that, even with me and contestant, a lot of them they haven't shown, like Quad and Sweet Tea or contestant and Quad or what, they haven't shown it because I think when they're telling a story, they only have 7 minutes and it has to make sense in the line of things. So if they can't get the story out in the sense that it makes sense for what's going on, then they cut it all out because they only got 7 minutes and we got 7 hours of tape. So it makes sense what they're doing. But I think that everybody's helped. And in certain terms, everybody looks bad at some point. That's my thought. I don't think that I look mean. I really don't. I mean, y'all can say that. I do know that Phae just putting out a campaign to say that we're mean girls. I've been told that she's doing it, and you'll see a lot of fake people, a lot of fake posts. If you look at them, they're either private or they don't have any followers or very few followers and they follow each other. So it's hundreds of people out there like that, but they're fake. But mean girls, I don't think we are. I just really don't. I think that we're straightforward. I think we've done some mean things at times, but don't all reality TV do mean things? Have they not done mean things on Real Housewives? Has Phaedra not done mean things? I'm just asking because I don't think we've done anything meaner than anybody else. I really don't. I just think that they don't have time, Ashley. I really don't think they have time to show those things. I think that it has to make sense. It has to go in order. And I don't think they have time to show everything. I really just don't. I really don't. I think that the people always say I'm talking about Phaedra, but y'all always ask me about her. I'm going to tell you again and again. It did not play out how if you look at it and you got common sense, you're going to say, hey, a lot was cut out. What happened was, and I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave it alone. Phaedra knew Apollo was coming. In fact, she was in cahoots with him coming. They had a conversation. On the show, it's going to look like Heavenly invited him, and she did on TV. But before she did, I knew to call Phaedra and say, Phaedra, this is the shit that's about to go down. I'm inviting Apollo. She said, no, Heavenly, I already know. I got it. I said, what you did not know is that I'm inviting the wife too. She said, oh, no, I ain't worried about that. He not going to do no shit like that to me. They not going to do no stuff like that. So I said, okay, you got it. I told her everything, which makes me baffled that she's trying to pretend like she's mad at me because I told her everything. I told her that we invited Shireen, but then he told her and he told me as well that Shireen wasn't coming. Now, she knew that Apollo was coming. I'm going to say this again. And then she thought that she would play with him and bring one of his friends. Now, do I think they that close? No, because shit. I don't know. I'm going to say this. I'm going to take it back because Toya did this and this happened on camera. Toya asked the dude straight up if he was gay. So nobody really thought that shit was really with Phaedra. Nobody thought that seriously. Nobody. But she brought him and that was Apollo's friend. So Apollo found out. Now, I don't know who told him. I don't know if Chet told him. I don't know what Chet would be other than trying to get some limelight and be on TV while he would come to his friends' ex-wives thing to me, and I agree with y'all. Phaedra don't owe them shit. They don't. But they got a whole nother story over there about what happened. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't have anything to do with it. My point is, Phaedra knew that the man was coming. I told Phaedra Shireen may be coming. She said it wasn't gonna happen. I believed her because she got pulled in the network. I'm telling you, she got pulled. If she didn't want Apollo there, he wouldn't have been there. So he came. And he brought his wife as a surprise, which I found out right before we got on the boat. They had me call him and say, hey, y'all coming. They told us just before we got on the boat. I'm just trying to clear my name. That's all, because I'm a messy bitch. I am messy, but I wouldn't do nothing like that. When I see the turmoil, even Simone, when we had that her day, I told Simone, this is the question. Now, is it okay to ask? Yeah, girl, we good. I give people heads up. I really do. Ask anybody. That's why they don't be that man. Why you ain't that man? Because Heavenly told y'all. Long story short, he brought his wife, and his wife came with a battery in her back, whatever she wanted. But I think that Apollo them had it right. She read Phaedra for filth. To the point where Phaedra could not say anything. They only played one part, but she said she don't care. They talked about a lot of different things. Okay, it was a long time. I was sitting on my legs. That's why I failed. I thank God that I failed because I don't know what would happen because I felt so uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable because I was like, I didn't tell everybody that I invited Apollo. So clearly, Sweet Tea didn't know who invited. She probably did know, but I didn't tell her. She told me, surprised me. I didn't tell anybody. So my whole thing is, the whole thing I'm talking about this is because I want to clear my name. Phaedra knew. I did not know Shireen was coming. Shireen cursed Phaedra out. Phaedra did not want to deal with me anymore because she knew I had the truth, and then she was going to try to flip it and make it seem like I invited Apollo without her knowing, but they played it. And I didn't think they were gonna play it either. I thought they were gonna play it in her favor. But they showed, no, we in a good place. Go ahead and invite him. Now she got this campaign out here that we mean girls know you just got played. So when she did agree to film with Jackie, I don't know if this played yet or nothing because I've seen them all. She blames Jackie. She says, well, Jackie, you're the one I trust the most. How did you let this? First of all, I'm gonna tell you, Apollo been in jail. Shireen looked like she fight for fun. I wasn't finna take up for somebody I clearly knew. I take up for Jackie and she ain't never took up for me. I don't even know her like that. So why would I take up for her? So she's making it seem like I'm the devil and all this flipping it, but she won't do a scene with me because she know I got the truth. She didn't come to the reunion. It's threefold ways and she didn't come to the reunion. First of all, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna take it back. Even if she did, she wasn't gonna give shit. She would have been like, "Chad, please, Chad, what's all this land y'all talking about? I'm doing Chad." So it wouldn't have made a difference. Second of all, they allowed her not to come. Third of all, she knew that I was going to tell the truth. I would have respect for her.
You need to go make me some Milo. Hey.
I was like, just
wait a second. Yeah.
And she didn't want it, so she didn't
Let's
come.
go.
And in her mind, she might feel like, okay, I'm not giving her ratings. Anyway, because I so now I got Paul, I got this silly ass routine, I got Contessa trying to work for her next damn season. Oh no, we had a reunion. And the interesting thing, Peter was not a big part of it at all. They mentioned her maybe once, and then it was done. So yes, I thought that last year she brought Apollo because she did nothing all year. This year, she allowed Apollo to come because she knows she needed a story, but it backfired because he was not supposed to bring his wife. And what she did, he did. She was pissed. Now, I don't know what's going on with Shireen and Apollo right now. I did speak to Shireen. She's fine. But that's the story, and I'm going to stick to it. It is. I would never do that. I would never. That's my whole thing. I don't care what happened, but y'all ain't going to put my name in that shit because I wouldn't have done that. I let that bitch know, and she was well in cahoots of knowing that Apollo was coming. I did not know the wife was coming. But when the wife came at the end of the day, I was like, oh shit. My heart was beating fast. Like I didn't know what was about to happen. Then I didn't know Shrek knew them. So it was a lot. But anyway, moving on. Stephanie, bring up the next super chat. Because I done missed several of them. Of course they're not gonna play that. I think before Dr. G signed his contract, they agreed not to talk about their DD. Because they hadn't really talked about it. Now it was on previous seasons and people keep reposting it. However, they have not talked about it. They told us not to talk about it. So they cut that part out. I think because he's a doctor, they don't want to put that out in light, but he said it. He said exactly, they said it before. But I think that was one of the contentions of him coming back. And he said, we cannot talk about that part.
Wow.
My part, that's my thought. What I think
Let me pause it right there.
Really?
If that is true. That's exactly what I said is my problem, is that it feels like Bravo is protecting and aligning themselves with this type of behavior towards specifically a Black woman in this case, with the help of these other Black people, making them all, telling them they can't say nothing. That's not fair.
Turning us against each other.
That is, isn't it? And that makes me feel mad. I don't like it. Damn it.
don't know. I go by what I think and what I see. Bravo after show. So if they did, I would love to be a part of it. I mean, this after show, it's not good enough for your bread. Good enough for your bread. I think it's good. Why did Contessa start the room with Damon Harris? You know what? It really cheapens Contessa. The problem I have with Contessa is she's trying so hard to trauma bond with Sweet Tea. And I don't know what y'all seen yet. But clearly, there's a difference between, and I'm going to tell you, there's no perfect marriage. I say on TV all the time, my marriage is perfect. There's no perfect marriage. But what bothers me about Contessa is that she will approve of the treatment that Dr. G gives Sweet Tea, saying, hey, everybody argues, everybody goes, no, they don't. All that gaslighting and lying to people and playing with their minds, husbands don't do that. That's not the right thing to do. That's not the right thing to do. My husband would never tell me that somebody broke in the house and I'm being held by gunpoint. That's crazy. You playing with somebody's mind, right? My husband would never make me feel like I'm little to nothing and belittle me, and you know what I'm saying? And to me, Contessa in her mind, she might think it's okay because Scott has done the same thing to her. You know what I'm saying? He said, I got a life coach. I don't have a life coach. I'm going out here to Istanbul, Turkey. I'm going, and then find out he's doing something else. Or everything that he's doing, he's playing games with her mind. And Dr. G's doing the same thing. So she's accepting of it. Like, your question is, illegitimate kid. To me, that's stupid. Like, bring them. My whole thing is, if they got the last name Times, which she say they do, and she's saying this with a straight face, to me, she's ruining her brain. Because who gonna believe anything she says after this? To me, I'm tired of talking. Because if Damon got some kids, if Damon got a bitch, let me just go and fight her. Let me just go and fight her so this shit can be over with. Because y'all done played this shit for years. Let me just go and fight and get my ass whooped so it can be over. Because I ain't gonna believe it no way. And if he did, I ain't leaving him. But kids, you took it too far with that because that's not even believable. Come on now. Illegitimate children? Now, when y'all said I had some grandkids till I found out it was an infant, I was like, shit, I might would love to have them. I wouldn't keep them as a secret. Why would I keep a child a secret? But if that man did have some kids, we'll be fisting over here because the woman would be gone. I'd be straight up Viola Davis because I love my man. But this is stupid. That's stupid. It's stupid. Moving on. It's stupid. That's stupid. Now, the stuff that's going on in the medical community about Scott is real. Now, I'm just going to say that and take it back. But anyway, any other super chat? Praise the Lord. But I just came in here to talk to y'all for a little minute to answer some of y'all questions because y'all got questions. All I wanted to do, I don't got no problem with Phaedra. I'm just clearing my name. I would not have done that shit. I wouldn't. And I don't know why she's calling me the devil and all that and trying to put, because I told her everything and I have not spoken to her since then. But I told her everything. I've been texting her. I said, Phaedra, what are you mad about? You know what I'm saying? I told you everything. She said, yeah, I know. You know, I know. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I think she was playing it. I think that she thought she had them in the bag and they were not going to show her that I gave her heads up. They weren't going to show that I gave her heads. So now it don't make no sense for her to be so mad that she just got to leave. Now, she knew she was leaving, so she wanted to make a grand exit, and she did, but it wasn't on me. With Sweet Tea and Gray and Quad, y'all can blame me. Y'all can blame me all day about it. These are two grown people. They had a choice to come back to the show. Dr. G is old enough to know what it was. He's almost 60 years old. He had been 6 years on the show. He knew what it was. Y'all can put it on me, but how do I blame the people that need to be blamed? My problem with it is he treats her like he's her child. Everything that Quad said about this man, you can see it. What's texting me?
No, probably Dr. Jackie.
Yeah, you can see it. So my whole thing is, honestly, Sweet Tea is not my cup of tea, no pun intended. But you have to have a heart of rocks not to feel sorry for that little girl. Keep watching, because she actually, to me, is more mature than her husband. In certain circumstances, she didn't really do anything. But watch how people gaslight each other. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. These things happen. It's because of you. My man would never do that. Now, do we argue? Do I curse him out? Yes. Do we argue? Yes. But that kind of shit there, that's not normal. And anybody
it's not. Normal, it's mind games.
It's crazy as hell to normalize that stuff. And say, oh no, everybody go through this. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Playing games with your man. No, we don't do that. And that man a whole psychiatrist and 23 years older than her. We don't play them kind of games. We don't.
That's messed up.
Come on now. Let's go. But anyway, what's your question? What is this? Stephanie, you here? I can't find this damn thing. Wait a minute. I got it. They thought it was terrible. They thought it was terrible. Cecil got in between them. We all knew, and even I would say this about Scott. I really do like Scott. I don't like Contessa, but I like Scott. Scott is sending his wife. He really is. I mean, I can see what it is. Blind man can see he's sending his wife, but he's doing it exactly how he should. He's doing it like a man should. He's never said anything appropriate to me this year. Inappropriate to me. He always pleasant with me. Hey, Heavenly, how you doing? I look at him. He's like, we good. Like, he's sending his wife, and that's how it should be. The men should never be in correspondence with the women, and vice versa. I said since the very beginning, I don't talk to me, and people all laugh at it or whatever, because I know that on TV, it's going to be 10 times more intense. It just is. Y'all ain't never been on TV before, but but it'd be 10 times worse than what it is. So when you have a conversation with somebody, if somebody gets upset and it goes to the left, most men, real men, not gay men, not bitch men, you know what I'm saying, the guys that is kind of soft, but real men are gonna feel like, you know what I mean, straight men are gonna feel like, if you tell my wife to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna have a problem with it. I mean, that just, it is. No matter who you are. So we thought it was wrong for him to yell at his wife, but that's his wife. So nobody really stood in there. It wasn't our business to be that. I'm gonna make my comments, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say what I think. But that, honestly, at the end of the day, that's between him and her. The problem lies is when he told Quad to shut the fuck up because King didn't hear it initially. He didn't hear it initially. It was like, and then Dr. G could have just kept quiet, but he said, nah, I told her to shut the fuck up. I told her she talked too fucking much. And then King was like, you said it to her.
Hey, one who cares.
Now y'all can say Quad started because she was with them people. But I got my whole life because this is reality TV. If you can't handle it, you can't. To me, as a man, stand up and tell me shut the fuck up. Now y'all might disagree with me, but I don't think that was good. I don't think Sweet Tea did anything wrong. I really don't. She didn't say that much. All she said was, well, she did say you lied about 15 times a week. But all of us thought that, even though now I think it's true, it might be true. I don't know. I ain't never did it 15 times a week. But it might be true. But everybody was thinking the same thing. She just said it, and she didn't mean nothing. She was laughing like we were laughing. When she said throw that ass in a circle, Sweet Tea was having her whole life just like the rest of us. And that was funny. The only part happened was when Dr. G said something because he got in his feeling, and then Quad turned around and started talking. And then Toya threw fire on it, gasoline on it, really. I feel uncomfortable. Y'all feel uncomfortable. And then that's when the whole thing blew up, and Simone ended the show, ended the whole thing. But that's how they reacted. We minded our business. Nobody liked it. No one liked it, but nobody finna check somebody about their own wife when they allow it. They weren't going to fight him by talking to his wife, but they'd fight somebody by talking to the ears. That's my thought.
That's true. Okay, Corey.
Yes, she did. Unknown sender.
Thanks for coming through, Corey.
Yes, she did. And if I told you,
have a good one. Bye, Brendan.
Yes, she did. I was there. Were you there? His wife been looking for that moment, and he gave it to her. He gave it to her. He brought her. She was not initially supposed to come, but he found out that y'all were playing with him, and he a real dude. He was like, shoot, if you're gonna bring my wife, I'm gonna bring my wife, and I know you don't want me to bring my wife.
Right.
That's what it is. I'm not saying Phaedra owed that man anything. I'm not saying that at all. I'm telling you what happened. You know what I'm saying? No, she don't owe him nothing. She can bring who she wants to. She can date who she wants to, and he can bring who he wants to. This is TV, y'all. This was finna go down anyway, and it ain't had nothing to do with me. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. But yeah, that did happen.
Why blame Dr. Heavenly?
That's true. That's true. Nobody can be mad at it. That's what it is. That's why the reasons for Phaedra were not here. Next. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Love and Hip Hop must know something about reality TV. That's the only friendship that didn't have closure. I don't know what to talk about. Toya never give a dog. She cares. I think she cares about a man now. They got a different kind of relationship. Oh, we already talked about that. Illegitimate kids, bring them.
I love Dr. Heavenly.
Definitely a mean girl, but she's trying to put that on us, and she's running a campaign, and people keep saying the same thing. It's not original. Anybody that says mean girls, they're bored. Look at they don't have any followers. They don't have any and the ones that do are just people that are following, and they always private. Look at it. It's hundreds of them out there saying it, but she's running a campaign. We're not meaner than anybody else. I mean, if you go to Salt Lake City and the girl tell her, you know what I'm saying? She looked like she's
inbred.
You know what I'm saying? Like she's an inbred. That's mean. You tell somebody it smell like.
What were you gonna say, Bianca?
That she was right on point. That she's right on point, and they want to blame Dr. Heavenly just because she's the only cast member of the show that's out there right now in social media pushing the show, getting everything. Like, let's not.
Her and Quad are the only two on the show, other than now that Phaedra's there, that have 1 million or more followers. Dr. Jackie, I think, has 1 million too. Dr. Jackie, Quad, and Dr. Heavenly have millions. And the only other one who's ahead of them is Phaedra, and the other ladies, yeah.
And I also think that because Dr. Heavenly is so outspoken everybody want to blame everything on her. But if y'all listen to what she's saying, she's speaking facts. And y'all don't even have to base it off of this show. Go back to Roa in their earlier days.
Mm-hmm.
It all adds up. So that's why I'm so confused as to why people think Dr. Heavenly is the mean girl or the person that's starting all this drama when Phaedra invited Apollo on the show. Phaedra know that Apollo is diabolical. Who don't know that? Apollo and Peter.
And
They
Simon
are
Gobadia.
diabolical.
And Simon Gobadia.
And Simon Gobadia. Okay? Who don't get that? If y'all don't get it, I can't help you.
We can't help. Because it's obvious the writing is on the wall.
Wow.
For real, for real. She only has like 7 more minutes, it looks like. Let's listen what she said it.
So all of us mean or have been mean or, you know what I'm saying? But everybody good people. Everybody good people. You can say good and bad things about everybody, depending on who you're talking to. I love Toya. I don't dislike Sweet Tea. I just don't like her antics, you know what I'm saying, as far as like touching people and lying.
And lying.
Contessa's just obsessed. I mean, y'all say that and y'all use that illegal easily, but Contessa, every episode she talking about me, even when we're not into it, she talking about me. I don't know what I did to that girl. I swept on Jesus. I can understand y'all saying to YouTube, I get it, but she was on it. I can apologize, and I've owned that part. Contessa just, a lot of it is she want to check. She want to keep it going. But to me, if you're smart, you have to argue with somebody 2-3 episodes and move on. You can't stay on the same person and say all forever.
Yeah.
And if you say something to me, don't think I'm not going to say something, because I am. That's who I am. Don't think that tell me to go. You know, and at the reunion, I'm going to tell you this. There was a lot of whispering over there. They get that shit from Phaedra. Phaedra's taught them, listen, if you talk low, the mic won't pick it up, but the people across the from the couch can't hear you. Some of that shit I heard, and I responded to it, and they acting like, bitch, I heard you. You know what I'm saying? So it's a game they playing where they're saying things low so you can't hear them. So even when we watch the reunion, it's going to be a lot of things revealed that I never heard before, because they talking below their so low that the mic hits it and they turn the mic up. I know they can do that, because when we get to arguing, everybody talking over everybody. So what they can do, and I know they can do it, they can turn one person's mic down so this person can get their point across, and then they can turn the other person's mic up. I know they can do that in editing. So yeah, that's what they're doing. Who wants to film it? Everybody, except Phaedra, because she doesn't want the truth. That's all. Do you think Eugene is biased towards? I think honestly, to be honest, I think Eugene just be talking just to talk. I think he's going to try to be positive, and he's trying to go against the grain, just like Toya. So whatever's going on, if everybody's saying that King's wrong, he's going to go the other way, or vice versa. I think that Eugene just be talking. He just be talking and talk. I think he likes camera time. I think he likes to be on TV. He's not like Damon or King that's going to remain silent. A lot of times don't even have an opinion, which Damon did have an opinion this year. But, you know, and he just tries to keep stuff going, and he tries to come out like he's positive, like he's concerned. But Eugene just be talking just to talk. I don't think he's biased to anyone. I think he loves his wife, and I think he likes to be on TV. That's my honest opinion of Eugene.
Well, okay, because I had just said that I felt like that he had a bias.
I'm glad you
towards Dr. G.
I was going to get that documented. I learned too much from Carlos not to get it documented, but the problem was I didn't think they were going to play it. So I was trying to get ahead of the story, like, bitch, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I didn't think they were going to play it. I thought they was going to make it look like I invited these people and Phaedra had no clue. I'm so glad they played that part, but that ain't even telling the whole story. I talked to Phaedra on the phone. I was like, girl, before this go down, girl, let me let you know, because I'm a man. I do not do this, Phaedra. I do not want no shit. And she said, girl, don't worry about it. So then when you switch it on TV and call me the devil, like I did something wrong, that bothers me, because I know you're a liar, because you knew. But then maybe she was just playing it for TV like we were. But then, you know, whatever. God is good. Let's see. Phaedra played y'all. She, you know, Phaedra got played. Phaedra got played because her ass the one went home crying. I did not go home crying, Frankie Tam. And y'all can love Phaedra all you want to, but truth is truth. That bitch went home crying. She did not play us. And even if she did come to reunion when she didn't come, that didn't hurt us none. She wasn't gonna get shit anyway. She wasn't gonna get shit anyway. So my whole thing is that Sweet Tea kept saying she wasn't coming. We knew she was coming, but I thought Phaedra was professional enough to show up, but she didn't. She didn't want to catch that smoke, so she ain't play her. She's a coward, I think. That's
right.
what I thought.
Ish, but lies.
Lies.
You reap what you sow. No expiration. Let Phaedra take her medicine. I got you. There are plenty of friendships that don't have closure. Okay. Y'all at the loser. Okay. I mean, which friendship? This TV, y'all. Y'all gotta understand this TV. Everything ain't gonna have closure. You know what I'm saying? They playing it's a TV show. I wish they would show you more at home with it. They in so much shit that they don't have time. My whole storyline was my daughter, Laura.
Ding dong.
Damn you. But I will say this, and I'm gonna take it back. It was too much Black excellence. My son was already going to dental school, right? They showed that they did a party, even though it was
What's going on, Larger?
Hey, Dustin, we're listening to.
Hey, Bionica.
Hey, we're just listening to Dr. Heavenly give her thoughts because of this mean girl. It sounds like it was mostly, it started with the mean girl narrative that's being driven by Phaedra. And she was talking about how, no, they're not freaking mean girls. If anything, Phaedra's the mean girl. And that Phaedra's plan was thwarted, just like we suspected. However, Dr. G does not have a bias in favor of anyone. He's just being messy like his wife. Is so far where we are. So we're going to finish listening to it. Thanks for coming up. Just
okay.
Hang tight.
Sorry, I'm a little bit late, but that's okay.
No worries.
And we came in. It's Black Excellence. We bought our son property to have legacy, and he was going to dental school. That was great. So they didn't even show my daughter. We flew to Tallahassee, showed her, come in her dorm, me and Quad. They didn't show it because it's too much. They want to see I ain't gonna say they want to see negative. They don't want to see Black people as too much of a positive, like in my thought. You know what I'm saying? Because they had time to show.
Okay, we can stop it right there. And that's exactly what I was just saying, huh, Bianca? I was that was my point. Is that why are they allowing the editing to be in a stereotypical negative connotation of what is otherwise all Black excellence? Why can't it just be Black excellence on steroids? Why are they allowing this pivot, these caveats, these crevices in the Black excellence without the counter? You know what I mean? So it's like wonky,
Right.
Exactly. But people want to sit up here and say they can't stand Dr. Heavenly. But she's the only person that's up here speaking and telling facts. And when she speak and tell her facts, it's not biased.
Right.
Anybody can do it. Like Dr. I said with the rower.
Well, Dr. Heavenly is my favorite, so she's my favorite on this cast. So I really like Dr. Heavenly, so I only watch it for Dr. Heavenly, to be honest with you. But,
I agree. I agree. And people talk about Dr. Heavenly so bad. Y'all want to say she not sitting up here speaking facts. She speaks facts about everybody.
Dr. Heavenly hasn't done nothing wrong.
Everybody. She's digging at production. But she's done it before. But people want to sit up here and say she's the liar and she's the this and she's the that. And after she get finished talking about what she's talking about, I want to speak on her defending Lipton. Although everybody want to sit up here and say she just hate the girl so bad, but I haven't heard anyone sit up here and say she didn't do anything wrong. But I'll hush until she finishes.
Continues to this day in February 2025 to be talking shit about Dr. Heavenly every chance she gets in freaking interviews, like I was just saying, talking about her and Contessa were on Watch What Happens Live just last week or whatever, talking about Dr. Heavenly's in her basement, in the dungeon, on her live, on her YouTube, implying that it's like some just dark place. And everybody knows it's on the third fucking floor and that it's a three-story closet that Toya has been trying to impersonate since she found out. And that ever since then, everybody's been trying to get their closets together in freaking life. A 3-story closet where? Not even in Beverly fucking Hills do they have 3-story closets, but they got it in Atlanta at Dr. Heavenly's house.
About that tea.
Yeah. no. I just don't like the way they talk about Dr. Heaven like that because she's telling the truth. So it's like
Exactly.
you can sit there and talk about her, but then she brings the facts. So and I'm the person that tells the truth anyway. So I don't have nothing to hide. So that's what I'm a lot like Dr. Heavenly as well. So I really like Dr. Heavenly, and she has a right to the way she feels, to say the way that makes her feel.
Exactly. Everybody are entitled to their opinions. And that's one thing that I admire about you, Dustin. You're going to give your opinion whether it go against the odds or not. So I love you for that. I appreciate you for that.
Thank you, Bianca. Love you back.
Right on. She only has like 2 more minutes, I think.
Sorry to interrupt you, Larger.
The mess, and that's what y'all want to see. That's why they ain't showing it, because y'all want to see the mess. Right, wrong, indifferent. Y'all like the mess, and without the mess, y'all would not be watching. That's just true too. But they had a whole lot of positive stuff that went on in my life, and they didn't show it. You're the one who wanted to invite them, though. So stop. No. Did I? You look diamond. Y'all so freaking dumb. Or do you think he wanted to come? Or do you think Phaedra wanted him to come? Because she had not really brought anything. You'll use your head, Oopie. Use your head. Throw a rock and hide your hands. We get it through. Who throwing a rock and hide their hands? And what you give your mama, hey. So sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah. The audio is fine. Y'all can hear me?
I can hear you.
Y'all can hear me?
I can hear you.
What he saying? She was a cow for not coming. She knew we was gonna eat her ass up. She knew, and she ain't had no explanation. Just like they said, why did you invite Chet? She said, I'm not answering that shit. And she would answer it. She would have came to the reunion and not answer shit. She would be like, Chad. It wouldn't have been anything. She wouldn't have gave anything. Toya brought up Tammy at BravoCon in front of Simone. My whole thing is this. There is rumors about all of our husbands, every damn one of them, and a lot of shit is made up. Like, for example, Quad and King broke up yesterday. I saw a blog where they say my husband, I filed for divorce. So when I saw Shireen and Apollo, I was thinking like maybe it ain't even true because there's so much untruth out there. But yeah, Toya brought up Tammy. Everybody that you knew, people you talking about and you ain't got rumors about their man. So my whole thing is I like Toya. I like Simone. Everybody got their flaws. I know I do. But everybody got their flaws. They do.
Everybody's not perfect. I'm just gonna say that real quick.
People are always saying that we can never keep cast because women go. That's not true. That's a false threat. We don't have a choice on who comes and who comes. Because I love Audra. I like what's her name? The dark skinned girl, Alicia. I didn't really like Janice. Janice to me was too much, but I didn't like Miss Nicole, but she was on for a little minute. I like the lady Jill, the white lady, but she had something going on in her life. Harry just didn't play out. It wasn't our fault that these people don't stay. Somebody does some kind of focus groups or something, and they determine who they like and who they don't like, and they get rid of people. My whole thing is it'll be very difficult for them to get rid of the Phae Phae. That's my thought. Now, they might can get rid of one of them, but I don't think they can do two. That's my thought. I don't know. But it ain't because we ain't no meaner or nicer than anybody else. The shit that go on in Housewives, come on now, don't even put that narrative out there. Let's see. I agree. She even said that. She was saying that I'm just passing through. So yeah, that's true. Yeah, she was just passing through.
For what?
That was it. And I don't think nobody really gave a damn. I really don't yet. I see you, Team Phaedra, but I mean, what you got? Yeah. Let's talk about it. No, my whole thing is we knew she was leaving anyway, and I think she even came to the. But you know what? Even the scene she came to after that, the all-cast scenes, they cut her out because she didn't give nothing. So the reunion would have been the same thing. I think she came to the next big all-cast thing that we got coming up, but I don't think they showed her at all. I really don't.
Well, you got a casting coming. When is it?
Y'all always quick to call somebody boring because if they ain't cursing somebody out like I do. That ain't always the case. You don't need that all the time. Everybody can't do that. You do need a Jackie. you need a Toya, you need a Quad, you need a Simone. Everybody got a different thing they bring to the show. And I like to believe that I bring messy, but I also bring funny. I hope that that's what I bring. That's what I intend to bring.
Dr. Heavenly, you bring the.
One person on the show is better than the next. I agree with that. I don't feel like you and the other ladies are mean girls at all. We not. I just feel like sometimes in argument we say things and sometimes they aren't. It's reality TV, Tamika. We gonna do that. Everybody does that. That's just not us. That's not much. But I do know that Phaedra has campaigned saying mean girls. She's got all these people out there saying mean girls. Hey, really, do we care? People asked me the other day, do you care about social media? No, I be playing with y'all. If y'all have me on social media, I be talking back to the people. I don't like when people talk about my daughter, now my children. Now, that's one thing that Simone had to deal with this year that I could feel like, that might be a little different. But I think that we ain't mean girls. I think that that's a campaign, but I hope she paid people enough.
It does feel very bodish just because all of a sudden there's this like,
let's see, what is it?
Have you guys been having in your algorithm, there's this like feed of this, like at least 3 channels all of a sudden started popping up on my.
I seen that. I see that every day.
Wheel. I mean, on my wall for YouTube that are anti Dr. Heavenly, anti the show, like Quad's getting fired, like she said, like
I see it every
everywhere.
day. See it
and
every
it
day.
has like 10,000 views, and it's on this channel I never heard of. And not that I can know all billions of channels, but just like it seems really like all of a sudden too soon, too much, and it's always clickbait. So much clickbait.
You know what, Larger? I try to I stick to the channels that I'm on a lot, so I just let it go on there and out there.
Yeah.
I don't
Even after I go
don't.
in and tell it though that I'm not interested in this, I tell it because I'm like, it's a lot. It's overkill. It's like because I hashtag Dr. Heavenly or because I hashtag Married to Medicine, now I'm getting all of these anti those things suggestions. It's a lot, and I'll turn it off and it still pops up.
It still pops up. And I don't even have a channel to even have these choices, but just from my normal algorithm, I've been seeing a bunch of this BS for so long. Like Quad is fired and this is that and this is that, and I'm like, where are the facts though?
I want to see the facts and proof beyond it. I want to see the proof and the facts.
Exactly.
That's all that matters to me is the proof. I want to see the proof. If you don't have the proof, I don't want to hear about it. And so that's the way I am. I'm very open and front and honest about the way that I'm stuff that I'm going through. So I expect everybody else to be the same way with me. So that's just the way I am. So I want to see the proof and the fact. It doesn't matter if you're a person that's on TV. I still want to see the proof and the fact. And if you don't have the facts and the proof, then I don't want to hear it. So
exactly.
That's just where I am, and that's the way that everybody should be with this reality TV. Because if you don't have the facts and proof, then how do you prove it? It's a hard situation to be put in. I understand that, but it's also you have to pick and choose your battles with the reality TV, especially with Bravo.
Right. Real quick. Keep Bravo in your mind, and hopefully we'll circle back if I remember. But Buffy, and Sweet Tea, similar. Yeah. They came in, became their own worst enemy, having a lot to say, but then got a horse and wanted to, like, instead of just be able to move on and accept the first I'm sorry, they were going and continuing, like, because I swear I heard Dr. Jackie say she was immediately sorry. And it was kind of like, oh, that wasn't good enough. And then she said it again. And then she said it again. And by the time they got to like that final tiki dinner, she was like, this is the last time I'm going to say it. And that's the only time anybody heard it. They were all of a sudden like, oh my God, Dr. Jackie is so mean, saying you could better take it this way or whatever, forgetting that she had said it like at least 3 other times my ears heard You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel like Buffy and Sweet Tea have that kind
I
of
remember that larger.
something in common as far as like we wanted to like them and we liked them okay, but then they started doing all this like weird, you're not fitting in shit.
And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier when I was saying Sweet Tea seems like the dweeb of the show for me. But if you look at Jenna from New York, she seems that way for me too. And I love her, but she know how to play the game. Sweet Tea doesn't.
Right.
And it just ties all in. You have, at the end of the day, I keep telling y'all, you have to know how to play.
Bionica, can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Do you think that do you think Sweet Tea is a good fit for the show?
I don't.
I don't think so either.
And I don't because, like I was saying, Sweet Tea could have been that quirky person on the show that we love. But instead of her deep diving into her role and trying to get in and really make a statement and a mark on the show, she got too much into her feelings.
She did.
So do you think? So do you think that this season is her final season?
I don't think it's going to be her final season, especially after this big blow up that they did at the beach. I think they're going to want to keep lingering on to this to keep the narrative going, especially with the negative press. So I think they're going to keep the same storylines and try to polish them up a bit to get us all back in tune. And we'll see if it works. But from
it ain't gonna work with me. No, it ain't gonna work with me.
right. But from what Sweet Tea has been giving me this entire time, I'm just not I'm just not feeling it. And
I'm done with
nobody else
it.
feeling it either.
Right. Uh-oh.
I'm done with it this season.
You don't think you're gonna watch next season, Dustin?
I might not watch it, but I might watch it, but I don't know how it's gonna go. No,
Okay.
I'm done with it. I think I'm done with it after this season.
Okay. I was just saying it because I would love your opinion on the show. But
yeah, I might watch it for you. I might watch it, but I'm definitely. I just feel like Sweet Tea's not a good fit for the show.
I agree. We right here, Dustin. We right here.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like she's over her head. I don't know how many seasons I want to see her flail. Like if we gave her another season, if the producers gave her another season and she doesn't submit to nobody likes dead horses, let that shit go. Because even Simone, who can hold a grudge like nobody's business, was like, Sweet Tea, let that shit go. You know what I mean? Like, and if Simone is saying it, then it's a problem.
Are they taping another season already? Or are they finishing this season out first?
Well, in that parade interview that we just watched earlier of Quad, and she was saying that there was more to come on her IVF journey coming up, and it did a flash to what appeared to be her in like an IVF clinic on Married to Medicine. So I don't know if that's a clip they didn't show or if it's a clip that's coming up, but it doesn't seem normal. I mean, well, this is not Love and Marriage Huntsville. They're not already filming, and they just filmed the reunion that hasn't all the way aired. That's what Carlos does. Carlos King, he'll do that over there.
I didn't know if Bravo was already filming the new season or not.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so yet.
Okay.
I don't think so. Let's finish listening to our girl real quick. Here.
Sorry to interrupt you.
She has good. I don't know about that, but I do know she knows the trigger words to use with the network when she wants her way. I do think that. All those loser ass bitches in the comments make sure because everybody don't agree. You know what? Yeah, I love everybody. I think that it's okay to agree to disagree. I mean, we can argue all day. Y'all gonna see it from y'all point of view. I'm gonna see it from mine. Everybody had a favorites based on what their life. Some people never love Heavenly, but I know there's some people that love Heavenly too. And I don't think any of us, too personally. I love me, I love my man, and I love my family. I came here to just talk to y'all for a minute, just going back and forth on Twitter, Instagram. I did do the posts. I got those from the network to post. Some people put it in a story. Some of them didn't post them at all. But I posted to get the people talking. Make sure y'all tune in to Married to Medicine Sunday nights at 9 p.m. On Bravo TV, and the next morning on Peacock. Make sure y'all do that. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel. Once y'all subscribe, make sure y'all hit that notification bell. If you don't hit that bell, you're not gonna know when I go live. So like we got almost over 2,000 people in here now at the whim. And when we go on live on the nights I go live, we get about 5,000. But hit the bell so you know, so you can't miss my next live. Okay. I love you guys, and I will talk to you soon. Hopefully, I got everybody questions out the way. I love you guys. Thank y'all for watching, and we will see you Monday. I'm gonna do my live on Monday. Okay.
Okay, so that's that. Let's go back like this. Oh my gosh, I've been on here almost 4 hours. 4 hours on a Saturday morning, afternoon. This is like brunch.
I enjoyed it being here. I've enjoyed it being here, though.
Even though I haven't eaten yet, I've only had coffee so far. It's kind of, oh, this is good for my intermittent fasting gig. Nice. But yeah, I like that Dr. Heavenly goes live and tells us her truth and allows us behind the scenes. And because can you believe if she didn't go live, we wouldn't even know that Phaedra was being a liar face right now.
No, we wouldn't. Not at all.
We might not believe our eyes. We might think that that was a fluke, that the call happened in our face.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't hear you, Bianca. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, you was on. Okay.
But let's go back to the fact that everybody is so fixated on this feud with Dr. Heavenly and Lipton.
Dr. Heavenly and who?
Person that has defended Sweet Tea to date. Because didn't Toya just go in on her?
Yeah, I seen that part.
Right. So we saw it. But Dr. Heavenly is saying that that lady didn't do anything to deserve that treatment. And that treatment goes back to the past and what we've heard prior to.
Right.
I'm not seeing how people not connecting the dots here.
Nope.
I'm still lost.
And I'm lost right there with you, Bianca.
And it's so strange.
We're in the same boat together. Because I'm lost.
Together.
Right. I'm lost with you. So. I'm right here with you, Bianca, and I'm lost with you.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it's like, I mean, they all do their stuff, but there is also levels to this that has kept this show elevated to a degree where it has been excellent and exemplary. Like they kind of got away from even their philanthropic types of medical endeavors and switched over to med galas. You know what I mean? So it's interesting that we're having this transition, and hopefully we can help them keep it on track, because I don't want them to jump the shark. I don't think that it needs to be full of millennials. No. I don't know. Or maybe perhaps a natural cycling could work, where you add some millennials, like how they've been doing. I don't think there's been anything much wrong with the formula. You bring a new person on, they can either hold their own or they can't. And if they can't, then it's the next person's turn. That's like pretty much what we're getting here. And it's not cry me a river. It's
the only reason I'm watching Married to Medicine right now is because of Dr. Heavenly. And if Dr. Heavenly ever leaves, I will leave with her, because I don't think that the show wouldn't be Married to Medicine without Dr. Heavenly. That's just my period, point blank.
I know that's right. That's
I love Dr. Heavenly too. The freaking couples trip was coupling and tripping, just like it says. But I think that it was doing good. I thought those questions were cute. I didn't think that the only thing that I thought was messy was where the seats were. And I asked Dr. Heavenly if she really did the seating chart like that. And she said, "What do you think, y'all?" And that was like implied like it was more of a production's hand in it than she actually physically was like, "Let me place Quad's ass directly in front of Dr. G." You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that she would have even made Quad necessarily endure that. I think production had their hand in it, and her vagueness and not just saying, "Yeah, I did that shit." Like she's like, "I had something to do with getting Sweet and Sour on the show." She says that. But she did not admit flat out that she had parts in the actual seating right there. She was just like, "Oh, I set the chairs up." Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And then you saw the wind was blowing from the flame that was on Dr. G's head, where the scent of Quad was just like wafting in his nose like McDonald's French fries. And like he couldn't turn his head away from it. And it was just getting him so stirred. And then everything she was saying. But the questions were great. It's not our fault he couldn't handle it. It's not our fault.
I agree. Again, we have to go back to the season that Quad didn't have nobody. Are y'all following me? Can y'all tell me if y'all are following me or not?
I'm following you. I follow you.
When Quad did not have anyone, Dr. G, Franklin, Sweet Tea, Miss Lipton were all in the face, all in the mix. And you want to know how I know that's true? Because when Sweet Tea got upset and she felt like she could defend her man, the first thing that she said was, "Well, he won't divorce you." That's what set Quad off. People don't even listen to it and think about the fact when Sweet Tea said he was trying to leave you, Quad turned around and said, "Oh no, honey, he was fighting for this."
Yeah.
And then what he say? "Well, yeah, because who wouldn't fight for their marriage?" And because you knew you looked like a fool.
And that made her look so stupid, unfortunately, and further embarrassed because she just said, based off of what she knows from your lying ass, that he wanted to leave you. So I'm gonna say it with my whole chest. And then he's gonna take up for you subconsciously by saying, "Well, who wouldn't fight? Well, who would fight for their marriage? Well, who wouldn't fight for their marriage? In Disney, we always fight for our marriage."
But can I ask you either one of you a question? Do you think we would get we would get better questions if we have somebody different host the reunion? Like if Bravo would have somebody other than Andy Cohen to host the reunion, do you think we get better questions answered?
Dustin, I have to say this before Miss Larger Curves speak, because I already told Miss Larger that I think Andy should give a segment to content creators to ask the questions, because her and another content creator, and she know who I'm talking about, I think those two, especially with them together, it'll be a wrap.
Great things.
It'll be a wrap for everybody because they'll be bouncing off each other and they'll be reminding each other of stuff.
I just think
that would be incredible.
I think that we would have better questions if it wasn't Andy Cohen asking the questions all the time.
Well, the questions are as off as the editing because, like I'm saying, they could remain excellent. And then even when it comes to the questions for the time on a show known for reconciliation, they make it hard by asking stupid fucking questions. Right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you now, that would be the highest rated reunion if they do that. I hope they listening. I hope that I know they're listening, but I hope they're listening.
Listening.
You need, you know,
Because we know from little things that they say, we be like,
that they
we're
be
the only
listening.
people that said that. We were the only ones that said that over here.
Yes.
So we know y'all are listening, but I hope y'all listening.
You know who they,
Highest
you
rank.
know who they need to get
Roger
to do the,
Curry.
you know who they need to get to do the reunion? Sean Robertson from TLC. They need to get her to do the reunion.
Be epic. It'll be epic. Anybody outside of
Andy Cohen.
Yeah, like they could just have a whole, you know what? On they could do that as a segment, an additional special reunion thing. So do the actual reunion and then have like an actual special, like hour long, even where it's just content creators ask like 5 questions from all around the world. And anybody that's been a content creator that, makes the cut that they can have up there that they want to have up there. But it's like, so it's like all of our different, because there's many points of views, so that could be exemplary.
Like I said, like I always say, I have a different point of view. Larger has a different point of view, and so does Bionica. So everybody on this panel has a different point of view of the show. So that's just my point. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And Andy does ask for questions from the viewers. And even that's different from content creators, because sometimes content creators are a little like, we've been talking about things as a collective to the degree where our question could, be even better for our, but you're right. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
No, I 100% agree. And even if they just had that segment on Peacock alone, not even on Bravo or broadcasted after the fact.
Yeah.
If they had that segment on Peacock alone, I can promise you from my experience and my personal, like my outside life background, if he do that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you now, it would have no choice but to go live mainstream, because that's where we get the facts.
It wouldn't go. It would not only go mainstream. It would go all over the social media. Bionica, and I can promise you that, Bionica. Now.
Yeah, mainstream. It goes out wild, and that's what I'm saying. They are already getting so much backlash from their content alone. So at least you can get some type of redemption from your reunions if you give people who are really invested in the shows, know what they're talking about, have the facts, and can ask the questions that everybody wants to know the answers to hold people accountable.
Yeah.
Whether we like them or not, that would be epic.
Yeah. And it doesn't even have to, like, Nicki Minaj was great, but you're right. Like content creators. Yeah.
People who focus in on this. Like we all watch the shows every week at the same time and come back and review them scene by scene.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that can be missed.
I watch it every week too.
And then if you look at it, Andy, you get in the light end of the stick because you're not the one who have to ask questions, so they don't have to be mad at you. They just still love you. And you just was like, well, this is what, the people were asking for. And the people are who keep y'all job going. So give us what we want.
If you didn't have the show, you wouldn't have a job. So let's just say that period point blank. Be honest.
Yeah.
If they didn't have a show, and if they didn't have in my opinion, that network is going downhill anyway. So because of him, I think that's just my opinion. And I think if they wouldn't have this show, they wouldn't have it. He wouldn't have a job right now. And that's my point blank, very point blank. So
exactly, I agree 100%, Dustin. 100%.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I seen Bravo go down here like that.
You know,
Mhm.
Tammy, real quick before we go, because we're going to end it right at 4 hours, so we have like 6 minutes. But I do
Right.
want to jump on this right here, Tammy. We don't agree about everything, but we agree about this right here because I feel like they're again with the narratives and the stereotypes and whatnots for Quad and King to seriously be entertaining becoming pregnant prior to marriage. Well, I mean, I could be antiquated. I don't know, but I feel like part of why she didn't do it with Dr. G, I thought was because I thought I heard, I don't know, did she say she didn't want to be left with no baby or something like, I don't know, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like there's a little order to it. And Boz in Real Housewives of Beverly Hills is also talking babies and marriage to a guy that she's not even saying she's like loves
No.
at this
Right.
point. But they're already talking about, oh, I got my fibroids removed so we can entertain the baby journey. And they're not married either, or even looking at a date. Well, it does take 10 months to bake a baby and everything. And on an IVF journey, you have some time and everything, but still, it just seems like I'm not sure if because they're older and have already been married that perhaps they're like, let's forego the idiosyncrasies.
Oh, I don't. I
Let's
think that's.
just get to what the outcome is. But
Mhm.
also the stereotype of wanting to become a baby's mom and having a
Right.
baby's daddy instead of having a family with a husband and a wife and have a Black family unit is interesting as a concept to be programmed on television for entertainment, just as a Black viewer. And I don't really like it. I don't like it.
Right.
Call me old fashioned, call me whatever. But
Mhm.
first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes your ass with the baby carriage. That's what the order is. My personal journey was my ovaries had that song in their head. I was like, you
Right.
know, doing my thing. We were like, can you even get pregnant? And I was like, I don't know, let's go see. Everything was clear. We had appointments to go to a fertility specialist that specialized in Black wombs specifically. When all of a sudden, because we were doing it out of order, actually, we were talking to the to the place before we had finished the marriage, right? So then we come up married, get pregnant on the honeymoon, didn't need the appointment at the fertility specialist. So I always joke that that song, first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes larger with the baby carriage that we used to play on the playground, right? My
Yeah.
ovaries had that song. So for some reason, I'm programmed old fashioned like that. I don't know. You're a woman, Bianca. What are your thoughts? Like, do you feel like it's an independent woman kind of thing, or are you about a family unit, or does it matter?
I agree. I'm gonna tell you about an experience that I had at work. So a guy that worked with us was like, I feel like I don't fit in. I'm trying to mingle, mix with y'all. Okay, I'm new too. So you remember I told you what happened with my job. So I'm like, I'm new too. Okay. So I'm telling him about myself, and this man sits up here and say, you're 35 and you don't have children. Something must be wrong with you. Excuse me? Because I choose not to be a baby mother and I want to be a wife with the family. That's a problem. I'm on birth control. And even with that birth control, I put an additional to make sure that if anything happens, because things pop, that I'm secured. So don't sit up here and say anything's wrong with me because I choose the family route. So going back to your question, Miss Larger Curves, I am a family woman. I do want children, but I want them the right way.
Exactly. And that's my,
And can
I was
yeah.
39
Mhm.
when I had my first child. I was 39. I was 44 when I had my second child. And because I had the same thing, I did not want to be a baby's mom. I was a long-term relationship person, but did not want to be a baby's mom. So I had to have the ring, the marriage. And I mean, it did all come year one, but we did date for 10 years because I'm that black. Anyway. We sure did. And then one day, look, after 10 years of dating, off and on, you know how black people do. You know how we do, old school do. You know you have that auntie that has that man that's been in her life for 38 years and they ain't never got married yet. But they talk about it sometimes. Yeah, but we did 10 of them, right? And then finally one day I woke up. We was living together. Finally one day I woke up. You're not going to keep milking this cow for free. I just got a bee in my bonnet. I think it was actually because I was like, it's time for me to have kids, you know? And so, yeah, we got to get at this, right? So, yeah, so we got married 7/7/7/7. And it's been uphill ever since in a great way, you know, because we're always bright, moving on up to the sky, to the D, like the morning sky. Yeah.
Listen, you just gave me so much motivation.
And I just want to say something. I just want to add to the conversation if I can, Larger.
Okay.
I don't want kids. I don't want kids. And I have my reason for not wanting kids. But I don't want no kids. So that's just how I feel about that. I don't want no kids. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah,
right.
Okay. People can be like Dustin. You're here and you touch a lot of people, and children may not be your forte, but you touch people in a different way, and we recognize you, and we love you. So
thank you for being on here. I have a whole team of people that surrounds me that I feel the most comfortable with. So thank you very much.
No problem. No problem at all. We got you, Dustin. We love you.
Thank you.
I have many friends that were teenage moms and they weren't happy. And so I was like, well, maybe this will make me happy.
Same.
That was my thought. I was like, well, they're single, maybe being married. I don't know. Let's see, you know? So, but there's to each his own, There's no exact way, but there is a narrative, I feel, with that being allowed to be displayed. And I believe in a marriage and a family unit. And I think that there should be nothing wrong with showing that as part of Black excellence.
But can I say that I do?
Bianca, can you turn your sound up so I can hear you? I can't hear you very good. Can you turn your sound up a little bit?
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you a little bit better, but it's not very loud. So just go a little bit.
Let me get a little bit closer. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I like the feedback. So my only thing is I think it's being perceived in two different ways. So when it comes to Quad and her saying she's having baby making plans with the person that she's with, and then when it comes to Boz and she's saying that she's making plans with who she's with, it's not holding the same weight. It's like people are supporting her for Boz. Oh yeah, you're this, you're that. Her friend groups are supporting her, and then we go over here to Quad, and everybody like, who is this man and why and da 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 da. It's so much slack. So if we're gonna hold everybody to a standard, I feel as though everybody should be held to the same standard.
Correct.
Let's not drop it or lift it based upon states, friend groups, categories. Y'all get where I'm going. Let's not do that. If we're gonna hold it for Quad, we need to hold it for Boz or Bose too.
Don't lower your standards. Don't lower the standards because you're lowering If you're gonna lower the standard for somebody, then you have to lower your standard for somebody else as well.
Yeah.
So don't lower your standards. Keep your standards the way you want to keep your standards.
Right. Or maybe if there was perhaps for these women's story that they wanted to be single but have a baby with these men, then maybe have a conversation about that. I would love to welcome a conversation about it, but don't just make it seem like, oh, ladies of this caliber just walking around having babies by randos to be a baby's at this nice age. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree. Because I was going through that struggle. Like, I was definitely in the process of getting my eggs frozen.
Right.
Until
I did bring up other people though into it.
So I don't like it. I don't like it. Like, let's stop doing it. Mind your business.
Yeah.
Mind your business.
I hope they do get married though, if that's in their cards. Whatever floats their boat. I hope yeah. Anyway, I need some protein.
Same.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go, you guys. Curvies, I love you. Thanks for coming out and playing today. Oh, look, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play. You didn't hear this yet, Dustin. Listen. I'm gonna play this. Listen.
Larger, come get it fire. Larger, feel like a star. Larger, here we're all equal. Larger, still take you far. Larger, get the legs faster. Larger, come have some fun. Larger, he's the one. Larger, you know where to come.
That's a good
that
one.
Was tight.
I like that one.
I love it.
So you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm so proud my friend hooked me up.
Yeah, thank you. I like that one. I like that outro.
Nice. So I made it so I can add the clips in there the way that people do and stuff. But yeah, he hooked me up. Shout out to Adam Light. Yes.
Yeah.
You guys, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for being you. Thanks for spending all this time with me on a Saturday. This is like being at like a freaking barbecue or something, like at our house. I don't know, like just getting with no food because, like I said, I need some protein. But I'll talk to you guys later. Make sure you smash that like button, smash the subscribe button on your way out or in. Ring the bell so you can get notified next time I go live. This was not planned. I just kept seeing all this mean stuff come up on my freaking timeline. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Let's talk about this. Who's the real mean one? And that's when it dawned on me, Phaedra's a cooler. She's a cooler because it felt Phaedra-ish that this whole mean narrative, tear it down thing is a plot. And I don't know. So I'm glad we got to talk about it. Thanks for coming up, Dustin. Thanks for coming up, Bianca. Get a channel, Bianca, please. We want to support you. We want to hear your POV and see your beautiful face often. So get your channel so we can support you. And everybody, smash the stuff. Remember, there's enough to go around. So go get some, y'all.